You're I might have to bring the stand-up desk back out tonight. Hold on. What's up, Ak?
All right.
How's the back feeling?
Yeah.
It's been a couple weeks now. It's not.
Yep. How much time? I do. Fucking printers never fucking work.
Who do I have to email about that?
Good evening. It's 7 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. As the divorce between Aaron Rodgers and the Jets was officially announced today by the team, which said they are going in a different direction. It started with such promise with the previous regime, mortgaging a lot to bring in the future Hall of Famer, but it just did not materialize as he was unable to end the moribund franchise's streak of futility of playoff appearances and almost 50 years without a championship. Marcus Stroman, not part of Yankees pitchers and catchers the last 2 days. He does have until the 22nd to report. Of course, he was the subject of trade rumors in the offseason, and manager Aaron Boone acknowledged how awkward and uncomfortable it might be right now not seeing him there, but he does expect him in the next couple of days. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman. I just ad-libbed the whole thing.
Pro's pro.
Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Keith McPherson on The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's turn it up, man. Yeah, let's do it again, New York. Another 5-hour KM to AM on a thirsty Thursday night, Valentine's Day Eve. I won't be here tomorrow night, so if you want to talk to me, dial 888-808-1019. Let's have a fun time. I mean, I got to start off by saying I'm so happy that baseball is back. It's not even back. There's no games yet. There's no real stories yet, but we're going to manufacture some stories. We're going to find something to talk about. And I'd much rather talk about this nonsense than talk about Pat Mahomes, the Philadelphia Eagles having their parade tomorrow, getting fitted for their Super Bowl rings. Football is over. Let's get back to passing time until we get back to what used to be America's pastime. Again, the number to dial is 888-808-1019. I'm a solo act, so if you'd like to join, it's wide open. There are no calls, and I got to start here. Why you guys hate Marcus Stroman so much? I think it's a good place to start because Mets fans have opinions on Marcus Stroman, a former Met. Yankee fans have opinions on Marcus Stroman, a current Yankee, but maybe not for long. New Yorkers, he's one of us. A kid from Long Island, a kid that I've got a ton of respect for. An undersized athlete. His whole company brand, his height doesn't measure heart. He's had to overcome a ton of obstacles to get to where he is. And he just hit 10 years of service time in Major League Baseball. In 2014, I was in the MLB fan cave and I got the chance to meet Marcus. And he was very quiet and humble, came in with his Toronto Blue Jays number 6 jersey on. He was also with Kevin Gossman, who was with the Orioles at the time. And you could tell they were both just babies. They were just happy to, be involved with an MLB activation. And as a fan, I was happy to just see these guys. These are two guys that pitched in the division against my beloved New York Yankees. And, I'll say this about the Yankees. I do love them. I love them. And for any Mets fans that think I'm not critical of them, I don't know what you've been listening to. Like, I'll keep it a bean. I'll keep it a buck. I'll be 100 about everything. Of course, somebody's going to call tonight and ask about the facial hair policy. I did it last night. I'll speak on it again after Devin Williams has, shaved his beard. And now everybody in the baseball world and New York sports is weighing in on the hair policy, which has been in place now for, I don't know, almost 50 years. But anyway, back to Stroh. Why do you guys hate this guy so much? Last year it was, oh my God, he doesn't want to take the ball on opening day. No, let's backtrack. Before that, it was, why are they going to sign Marcus Stroman? Go get Blake Snell. Go get Jordan Montgomery. Okay, so it's like, we can't make up our minds. I was happy with the Marcus Stroman signing. I knew that the guy wanted to be a Yankee. And all year, you saw him wear his throwback Yankee merch, Yankee gear. All year, you saw him supporting his teammates, being on that first step in the dugout, talking about guys like Clark Schmidt, picking him up, talking about guys like Austin Wells. Austin Wells even wore a Nueva York do-rag when it was Stroman bump day, and he was catching Stroman. They put on the silkies, the matching silkies together. How about that? But now here we are where you guys have already forgotten last year. They had to shut him down. Last year, he did not contribute for months. When's the last time you even saw? The last time I even remember Stroman pitching, it was a rain-delayed game against the Blue Jays. It was Hawaiian shirt night in the bleachers. I think it was Jazz Chisholm's debut. We all couldn't wait to see, how Jazz Chisholm was going to respond to the roll call. I can't tell you exactly the date that was, but it was so long ago. But you guys are still stuck on Stroh. 888-808-1019. He's essentially like not a part of the team. And that's the thing right now. What do you want from the guy? I follow him on Twitter. I follow him on Instagram. Maybe he blocked you. Maybe he unblocked you. I have access to watch this dude. This dude, 1, is rich. 2, has a very nice house in Tampa. Remember that last year? Cashman went and Boone went to his house to go get him. He's got a very nice place. Even yesterday with all of this, like, I didn't talk about this last night because it was just rumor, right? That, he was missing. He wasn't missing. But, he posts himself getting on a PJ, on a private jet yesterday. Almost like a flex on Instagram, him sipping some fine wine. Oh, yeah, he owns a brand of wine. This is a 10-year vet. This is a guy with a vesting option where he's got to pitch 140 innings this year. I guarantee you he doesn't get to do that for the New York Yankees. I'm sure he feels some kind of way about it. A New Yorker, a kid that this year got to be on the team that made it to the World Series, and he didn't get to throw a pitch, but he supported his teammates. And they all talked about his presence as a veteran in that clubhouse. Aaron Boone has spoken on it. He didn't get to play. He wasn't even on the ALDS roster. But you know what? He was there popping champagne with his guys, supporting his guys. But the fans, not all of us, not me, maybe not you listening, some people already calling the trash Marcus Stroman, and that's fine. We'll have the conversation because this is pretty much the end of it. This guy is going to get traded or be relegated to being depth, maybe bullpen, and that's not what he wants. It's business. It's not personal. He showed up for his physical, right? He checked in when he needed to check in. He doesn't actually have to be there until February 22nd. Are the position players all there? Not all of them. A lot of them showed up in January. But those are guys that are in good standing. Those are guys that want to get to know their teammates, like Max Fried. Do you have the clip, Connor, of Max Fried talking about Marcus Stroman? And that's another thing. The reporters have to ask the negative stuff. The reporters got to ask about Marcus Stroman. 2 days ago is, what's it going to be like facing Juan Soto? You don't have to ask that until May. Let's play newly acquired Yankees ace, left-handed ace, largest contract for a left-handed pitcher, Max Fried. Let's play just what he had to say when asked about Marcus Stroman.
Aaron Boone just answered a bunch of questions on Marcus Stroman not being here. I've heard a couple players have been asking coaches, where is he? Why isn't he here? Has this been a topic amongst guys? You talk about it much? And do you have a reaction to him skipping the first couple days of workouts?
I wouldn't say it's been too, like I don't really know how to answer that, to be honest, but I've never played, or I don't really know Marcus. I've heard wonderful things about him as a teammate, and guys in this clubhouse have only spoken glowingly about him, and I'm really excited to meet him.
I mean, like, what do you want him to say? You know what? He has absolutely ruined the vibes here at camp. We've got this brand new facility, state of the art, hot tubs, cold tubs, a brand new weight room, a dining hall, everything we could possibly want. A meeting room. We have all of these renovations that the Yankees completely flipped this place into, but we are distracted by Marcus not being here. It's not a thing. Let's play Andy Martino reporting today about Marcus Stroman being a little bit of a distraction in Yankee camp.
For the Yankee spring training on time earlier this week, took his physical on Tuesday, interacted with his manager and teammates, but over the next few days, with trade rumors swirling around him and Stroman without really having a place in the Yankees' projected rotation, he has elected to exercise his collectively bargained right not to appear on the field with his teammates in these early spring training workouts. To be clear, he doesn't have to do so until February 22nd, and I'm told he'll be here by Saturday at the latest. Now, you go into that locker room, and you'll find different reactions to that. Aaron Boone understands, but he would like to have Stroman here. Garrett Cole said, it doesn't impact the way I feel about Marcus. I like him. And that is the feeling in that room. Stroman, whatever's happened earlier in his career, has been a model citizen in his year with the Yankees, including really handling that demotion in the postseason like a pro. But you'll hear also guys on background walking around going, well, it's not a great look. I wish he was here. We're out here grinding. Really, in a large group of people, the whole gamut of reactions. And I can tell you this about baseball players. They don't love having to answer questions from the media about other people's stuff. So it has become a little bit of a distraction. It is Stroman's right. And it's a story that will probably go away within a few days.
Yeah, so stop asking questions about guys that aren't there. You can omit that. You just said you know that he doesn't have to physically be here. You know that he'll be there by Saturday, the 15th, not the 22nd. What are we talking about? 888-808-1019. We're talking about nothing because we are just itching for baseball because the football teams suck. And the conversation around Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders and Aaron Rodgers and what he meant to the Jets and thank you for everything, it's garbage. So we got to just come up with something to talk about around the New York Yankees. Why not? I'll have at it with you. And, before we break here, because I already have a full rack of calls, everybody watching online, I see you in the chat. I'll get to you in a second. I got to just take the human approach with Marcus Stroman, not even the business side of him wanting his money and the contract or whatever. He's a father. He's always posting his young son. Shout out to my young son, who is 22 months today. He's spending a little extra time with his kid before he potentially gets shipped to Missouri and doesn't see his son for a while. 888-808-1019. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. We'll be right back. Quick little open, something light. Let's see. What's going on with Stroman? Nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. Nada. Professional update, Hat. You already know. What's up, Cap? Like, did you hear, Cap? Did you hear Hat get mad about the printers? He's like the printers never effing work. But then he did an update just off the cuff. Haters never like H&L. What up? Yeah. This is an Homage shirt. Shout out to the good folks at Homage. If you need the what up, Zoo? If you need the affiliate link, I can send it to you. Just hit me if you need the link for the shirt. Is that a picture of Tiki in a Jets uniform? Yeah, that's Tiki in a Breece Hall jersey. And I think Breece Hall signed it. I think it's signed by Breece Hall. Checking in, love listening on the radio. Thank you. What I'll say is a lot of people listen on the radio in their car. A lot of people listen on the free Odyssey app. But video component is necessary and needed. It took me long enough to think about how to fire this up during my show. It's a little bit of a lift, but all of our other shows during the day are visible, not just available for you to listen. So you can watch this. I have people watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram, and I appreciate you guys for checking it out. I was reading something in Barrett Sports Media about, just where we are in 2025 and the evolution of things. A lot of folks like to listen to the radio while they're in their car. A lot of folks will listen to the Odyssey app when they're in the gym. But, by the time the nighttime comes, people are at home, they're stationary, and they will elect to watch and listen if it's available to them. So this is just an extension of my show. If you want to look at me while I do this and get a behind the scenes look, here it is. I have an idea to, make the audio a little bit better, but I'm doing the best that I can, man. I'm doing the best that I can. So thanks. Why are you doing Valentine's Day tomorrow, Keith? Because I have a wife who I've been married to for 3 years. She birthed my son. She believed in me more than anybody else in my entire life. I met her in college like 16 years ago, and she has seen me go from nothing to something. And when the chance comes to take her out to Omakase in New York City on a Friday night, I have to show her that kind of love and respect. That's it. Let's see. Checking my Twitter. People don't know anything, bro. I just all day read people. I just always see people just writing stuff on the internet. They don't know anything. Someone said as far as talking about the Yankees beard policy, our boy Jack Hughes doing anything tonight? Yeah, 8:00 we'll be on it. Matter of fact, let's see if they got any pregame stuff. But yeah, people don't know all that they think that they know. I just saw someone say the Yankees put a patch on their uniforms because everybody had to in Major League Baseball. It's not true. I don't think everybody has. Maybe they've caught up. The Yankees have done it now 2 years, and it's a money play. They gave you the opportunity to sell that real estate, and Star Insurance came in and bought that real estate. That's the only reason the Yankees did it. They weren't forced to do it. There was no mandate. There was no league-wide thing like, oh, you got to advertise on your jerseys, right? The pinstripe's supposed to be sacred. That's tradition. Well, I'm sure we'll get into it tonight. I did it all last night talking about, the beard policy. I'm used to it. I don't care. I really don't. But I think every year we're getting closer to the time that we see the Yankees do away with it. So why not get ahead of it? Why don't let it come to a point where I don't know, one of the players does push back and it becomes a story bigger than what it is. Why can't the Yankees just say, yeah, let's get with the times. It's 2025. Have a clean shave, but not completely naked. I can't even grow a beard, but I always keep mine clean anyway. But I think there's going to come a time where the Yankees say you can have a beard. A beard doesn't make you unprofessional. A beard doesn't make you unkept. A beard doesn't make you not a Yankee. You're a grown-ass man. You want to have a beard? Just don't have a James Harden beard. Have a well-kept beard to a certain length. They're allowed to have their hair out of their hats to a certain length. My hair would be too long, but I'm not a Yankee. I don't play. All right, let's get back to the show. Okay, let's do it. Full rack of calls. Let's go right to the phones. I opened up with Marcus Stroman trust me, we'll get that out of the way. We'll eventually get to the conversation around the Jets and the Giants, New York football searching for quarterbacks, and some rumors about Matthew Stafford, Shador Sanders. We'll probably talk about Candelita, Jose Iglesias not being a Met, not getting an Act 2, not getting a sequel. And I'll mix in some other things as well. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Tyler is in Trumbull, Connecticut. Go for it. Yes, sir. What you got? He is sensitive. I was blocked at one point, and I got blocked. I don't even know why I got blocked. It doesn't matter. I think he's just always got his guard up. And like I said, I talked about him. He's undersized. He had to overcome a lot. This guy, I think, has like a little bit of a complex. And I get it. Like I completely get it. But we can't knock his achievements. We can't knock how much money he's made in his career, how many wins. Like what?
Teacher. That's kind of the attitude he gives, and that doesn't fly in New York. Maybe it's flew in Toronto, but it doesn't fly here.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll send him to St. Louis and see how that works. 888-808-1019. We'll definitely talk about Alex Bregman to the Red Sox and the possibility or non-possibility, because all reports say that the Yankees are not interested in Nolan Arenado and trading for Arenado. But I mean, I don't understand why. I don't understand why not. I don't know, man. When you call somebody soft, like I get being sensitive, but like you're calling somebody soft based off of internet stuff. So many of you take the internet so seriously. So many people nowadays just take the internet as like real life. There's a clear barrier there. There's usually a phone or a tablet or a MacBook. It's not real. People got to get back into reality and unplug from the internet. Marcus Stroman, I don't even know if that's always him doing all the blocking, for him to be a professional athlete, for him to be a father, for him to be a businessman with multiple businesses, a clothing company, a wine company, other things that I probably don't even know. How much do you think he's actually like blocked? He might have somebody doing that for him. So I'm not going to say he's soft. I've seen the guy compete. I'm not going to say he's soft. I've seen his pops too. You ever seen his pops? I'm sure his pops kind of, brought him up to be tough. Could he have a little thicker skin? Maybe. But I don't think that has anything to do with the situation. It's cut and dry. There were rumors for months that they were trying to trade him. So, I mean, imagine it was you. You grew up a fan of the team. You always wanted to play with the team. You actually do sign a contract with the team. And then you end up getting shut down the year that team makes the World Series. They don't need you. And so, like, not even the months of trade rumors, but go back months to August, September, October, where you're just inactive. You're on the roster, but it's not a thing. It's over. So, like, this has been over. And now we're in the final days and weeks of deciding whether this guy gets traded, shipped out anywhere, or if he just collects dust with the 2025 New York Yankees in their roster. 888-808-1019. Carlos is in Deer Park. Carlo, wait. Oh, don't even worry about that. Go to the app. Go to the app. I had to get that out of there. Connor, you and I did that at the same time. How do you think that works? You think he called into WFAN on like a landline and then was calling his, banking app? He called Bank of America on his cell phone. He's disputing a charge. It sounded like customer service. Maybe he was trying to impersonate Shohei Ohtani. Let's see if he's ready now. Carlos in Deer Park, are you there? Yes.
What's up, Keith? This is like my fifth time talking to you, man. I'm calling from Deer Park. I wanted to call because I'm totally on board with you with this whole Marcus Stroman thing. I know him personally from back in the day because he's from Patchogue Medford. I met him years ago through like a mutual friend at like a house party. So we stay in touch online and whatnot. And his dream literally has been to play for New York, to be home so he could be near his family. Even though he has his nice house down in Florida, he wants to be up here. And to me, I feel like the Yankees have been disrespecting him. The guy pitched great for us this past year. Yeah, he had his moment. For overall, I feel like he pitched pretty decent.
I won't say great. He had good moments, and there were times where the Yankees won behind Stroman, but there were also times where the Yankees failed him. But Cashman said so much on Hot Stove last week. He said the defense wasn't good, specifically Glaber. He had a problem with Glaber. Glaber's gone now. Like, I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah. I mean, look at the Mets. Why not follow what the Mets are doing with the six-man rotation? I mean, Stroman's good enough to be part of a six-man rotation. Okay, they want to leave more on Clark Schmidt. Clark Schmidt was pitching great. He was, I think it was like 5-1 or 5-0, 5-2 before he got hurt. And then afterwards, he wasn't really the same. You know, he started to pick up. But they didn't really use him that much in the playoffs. Like, you know, what he pitched? One game, I think it was for him?
Yeah, but I don't, we're not doing anything like the Mets. Thanks for the call, Carlos. And, eventually we'll talk about Carlos Mendoza talking about the Mets six-man rotation. Yeah, they got to do that. They don't know what Clay Holmes is going to be. I hear there's some good reports, though. Clay Holmes has grown his beard out with the Mets. They don't need to have a six-man rotation. They have a very strong five-man rotation right now. And three of those guys, they're paying a lot of money to pitch. So, I mean, if you add Stroman, then they're paying four guys a lot of money to pitch, and I don't think he's better than Heel or Schmidt. And I also know that the Yankees, like, one thing I'm excited about with spring training, if you watch these spring training games, casuals don't watch the game. Like, that's fine. They don't, like, casuals don't get excited for this. If you're a diehard fan and you're as deep into it as a lot of people listening are, you will watch the entire game and you will see guys pitch, and they don't have names on the back of their jersey, but you'll get to see their stuff. You'll get to see their pitch mix. You'll get to see some of the younger guys pitch, and I think they have a lot of depth. So when you mention a six-man rotation, like Will Warren got some starts last year. There's some other guys that could be in the mix, not just Will Warren, but like JT Brubaker. When they picked him up last year, we never got to see him. They signed Carlos Carrasco. Carlos Carrasco said, everybody wants to be a Yankee. It's a dream to play for New York, the A team, not the B team. So like Carlos Carrasco is trying to make it in camp. So they have enough pitching depth. I don't think they need to go six-man rotation. They also don't want to pay Stroman all of this money that they're paying him, and that's their fault. That's their fault. There's a lot of talk about the Yankees and how they spend and their allocation of funds. Here we go again with Stroman. Liam is in Wall Township on the Fan in New York. Go for it, man.
Yo, what's going on, Keith? I just wanted to say we are so back, dude. Yankees is about to start.
Let's go! Let's go!
Our pitching staff might be the best in baseball, and that's the problem where it comes with Stroman. He's a good player. He has a great head on his shoulders. He's obviously New York to the bone. I love the guy, but he's just not good enough to compete with these other five guys going for the job. And that's the sad part of it.
And they're not trying to pay him. They're trying to get his money off the books. That has been the whole thing, is everybody screaming about third base. What are we doing at third base? Nothing until they could potentially move Stroman's money.
And I like Waldo better at third base. I mean, I thought he won the job last year, me personally. Oswaldo Cabrera is a great guy. Have him third, and I'm so happy that he might get the opportunity to have a full season. But the right move is to trade Stroman and try and pick up another piece. Maybe some help in the infield, maybe cash. But Yankees are back. I'm locked in. It's a new season. Aaron Judge is on our team. We got Cody Bellinger, Paul Goldschmidt, MVP is out the wazoo. I'm locked in. I'm so hyped.
Yes, sir. We're about a week away from games, and it's going to get real, and it's going to happen fast. A lot of people are already down there. The reporters are down there. Fans go down there for these workout days because you get a lot of access to the players that you don't usually get. Like I said, it's just so much better to have the Yankees to talk about, even if it is this Marcus Stroman nonsense, even if it is a facial hair policy nonsense. It is passing the time until we actually can talk about the team and the roster. And, you know, for example, third base, you mentioned Oswaldo. You know, I always say they never loved him. I want him to get more love, but it's got to be earned. He has the opportunity again to be on the opening day lineup, right? Whether he's on third base or he's in left field, right? He's been, you know, in that opening day lineup to get his name called as a starter and run out there. He can do it again. Beat DJ out. And like from what we saw of DJ last year, he's cooked. And like, I don't care about it anymore. I want to win. I want to go back to the World Series and win it. And I don't think, you know, saying DJ LeMahieu's healthy and, there's a hitter in there. And, you know, I know. No. He hasn't been good in years. But I understand, right? Again, talking about the Yankees and allocation of funds, he's owed $30 million over the next 2 years. So they're going to give it the old high school try. And I mean, he'll probably get hurt again, or he'll just be ineffective, bro. I'm telling you, you guys know it. Last year was so frustrating watching his at-bats. Yankees Twitter called him DJ LeGround out. I was at the game where the ball gets hit to him. He doesn't step on first. I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? And then they shut him down and they tell us, oh, this whole time he was playing with a hip injury. Well, don't pee on my head and tell me it's raining then. Don't have him out there in the lineup every day if he's hurt. Put somebody else there. But, you know, it is what it is. We'll see if Peraza can hit, right? What happened to Peraza, who was your starting shortstop in the 2022 ALCS? The kid always seems to hit 188. But when you see him with the Rail Riders, he's hitting bombs. When's he going to come around? It's time. Here's another competition for him. 2 years ago, he was competing for the shortstop job with IKF and Volpe. Now he's competing with Oswaldo and DJ for third base. I want to see it. I want to see Yorbit Vivas. Remember the Yankees called him up for a day just to, you know, see what it was like and then go back down. So, there are a few different things to look at. Who's going to lead off this year? I want it to be Jason Dominguez, but I also don't want to overwhelm Jason Dominguez. Jazz Chisholm is here. I thought when they traded for Jazz last year, it was for him to be the leadoff hitter. He has experience doing it. Maybe you start with him. They can make a trade. And shout out to Big Mac. Big Mac's been saying this after my show pretty much every night when we get to talking about third base and the Nolan Arenado potential trade, or, you know, trying to trade for a third baseman. I know I was putting Ke'Bryan Hayes out there for a while. There's a difference when you're trying to make a trade right now at the initial intake and reports and physicals and everybody getting back together versus trying to make a trade at the trade deadline. And he brought up a great point about how with this expanded postseason now, so many teams think they have a shot to be in it, they're not willing to give. Or so many teams think they're going to make a run that you're competing with them as well for players. So before we even get to that, why let it get to that in July? The Yankees got to trade for a third baseman, and they probably have some opportunities to win some games in series. And I don't know, the Boston Red Sox will be a pain in the ass. The Baltimore Orioles will be pesky. The Tampa Bay Rays now are paying $15 million to play in newly renovated George M. Steinbrenner Field. They're going to use the hell out of the new facilities before the Yankees even get to use them. They'll find a way to beat us, probably beat us at our spring training home. Man, go ahead and make a move to actually bring somebody in here to play the hot corner. Please. But no, you know what they're going to tell you? We're good. We got DJ LeMahieu at home. Joe out on Long Island. You're on the Fan. Go for it.
How you doing, Kev, man? I love your energy on the radio, man.
You know me, cool Kev at night. Yeah, go on.
Marcus Stroman thing. Marcus Stroman did this to himself. Every time he leaves a team, he's always got some kind of baggage following him. And when he left the Mets, I think sealed his fate. You know, because he made some really harsh comments to Mets fans. He was given another chance in New York, and he did what he always does, act like Marcus Stroman. And you know what? When it comes to the internet thing, yeah, he like blocking people, but when it's okay when he want to, you know, push his products and stuff like that. But as soon as somebody says something that he don't like, he acts like a child. And it's sad because he's from Long Island, and when he was with the Mets, I was behind him because he was a dog. But he killed himself when he made those comments about Mets fans.
Thanks for the call, Joe. What did he do to the Yankees, though? The only misstep that I felt like he had, Judge cleaned that up right when it happened, right? When Glaber didn't turn that double play and he starts yelling like, throw the effing ball or something like that and was screaming into his glove and then continued it in the dugout, the captain stepped up to be like, hey, bro, like, chill. We don't do that. We don't show guys up on our own team. We need Glaber. Literally, we need Glaber to lead off and to actually field. And Glaber's the worst fielding second baseman. He's having a hard enough time anyway. Like, we need him. So please, like, don't make it harder for him. He's got enough issues. 888-808-1019. I don't think, like, and that's another thing. I read everything on the internet. Like I said, Andy Martino was probably influenced, like, oh, yeah, Stroman's been a little bit of a distraction. Andy Martino, who covers the Mets, definitely has Mets fans in his mentions doing the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Like, see, I told you he's a cancer in the locker room. See, he's a bad teammate. He's a bad guy. It's happening again. Yankees thought they could change him. He's still the same. Steve is in Pawlings, New York on the Fan. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Keith, for a long time, or first time, long time. I just want to talk to you about the Mets. I am so happy that Alonso's back. I think they're gonna love him. I think they're gonna be a lot better than everybody thinks. I want to get your feel for it. I want to get your take and see where.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Yeah, I want this for Pete, what I'm about to say. And I said this last year when he was struggling. And I'm not a Mets fan, and I listen to Mets fans completely turn on him. And, I remember somebody calling in the BT and Sal show, and they were like, drop him in the lineup. I'll drop him off at the airport. I'm like, and then that night he hits the home run off of Devin Williams. It was a lot for Pete Alonso to sit around in that clubhouse and watch everybody get rich. Watch guys be here for a half a season, hit the Mega Millions, a year, hit the Mega Millions. Watch guys like Jeff McNeil and Brandon Nimmo get paid with this new rich owner. And he's sitting there like, man, when I came up, I was making nothing. I had to go to the home run derby and win more money than I was making. Like, I'm the face of the franchise. I'm the polar bear. I'm the guy. And then he also has to watch Lindor become the guy. He's also got to watch other young guys come up, like Francisco Alvarez or Mark Vientos, or, there were so many other guys like JD Martinez, or, what I'm saying? Guys that just played a role on the team where they came up clutch last year. They hit the home runs. They had the moments, and Pete just did not have it. But it's a lot of pressure to prove it, right? That prove it year, that bet on yourself year, it's a lot to carry, especially if you get hit by pitch and you get hurt, especially when you're not what you used to be because you're pressing and you turned down $158 million and you went and got Scott Boras, and that's all hanging over your head. And, halfway through the season, you become an all-star, and there were two guys on your team that were probably more deserving, but everything is business and marketing, and they wanted you to come to the all-star game and have your worst showing ever in the home run derby, but you still, said it with your chest that you're an all-star and you were going to hit 40 home runs last year and you didn't. Okay, that's done because he redeemed himself. He had his finest hour in, the moment that he needed to the most when the Mets were facing their final outs. Season on the line. He came through. And so that redemption right there, I think, was enough. And that was what he was banking on that would get him paid. But for a while here, he got dragged again. He got disrespected again. He heard fans say, we'll move Vientos to first base. He's not worth the money. Oh, we're going to get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I think Pete is a guy that's very competitive. I think now that chip on his shoulder is huge. I think he was hearing all of this. I think he was down there in the gym, hitting the gym harder, working out with Sean Manaea. I think that David Stearns and Steve Cohen went to personally meet him because things probably started to get rocky. It started to get negative, nasty, to the point where Pete was like leaning towards, not coming back because he felt disrespected, and they went out of their way to, one, overpay him. And shout out to Scott Boras. As much as we laugh at Scott Boras, he got Pete Alonso $30 million and he got Alex Bregman $40 million. That doesn't make any sense. Those are both massive overpays. So Scott Boras, you kind of failed some guys with the Boras 5 last year, But man, did you have an offseason with what you did with Juan Soto, the largest contract in history, and then finding a way to get $40 million for Bregman and $30 million for Alonso. Now the pressure's off. And even though it's another prove-it year for Pete Alonso, he's about to have Juan Soto in the lineup. The Mets are about to have so many eyes and ears and so much hype and attention around them. Go ahead and shine, Pete. Go ahead and be the guy, Pete. Go ahead and hit those 40, 45 home runs. When Juan Soto is working walks, drive him in. Hump the guardrail, take your shirt off, do whatever you want to do because the writing is on the wall where this is it for you. Go hit those 27 home runs, get the Mets all-time home run record, and leave. And go get the money from elsewhere. The Toronto Blue Jays can't pay anybody to come up there. They can't beg anybody to come up there. If the Mets want to go after Vladdy and Vladdy doesn't extend with Toronto, go get the bag and go up to Canada, man. I'm rooting for Pete Alonso this year. 888-808-1019. Got a full rack of calls. Got to get through them. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan, not Kevin. I'll be right back. All right, yo. In the chat, they throwing money in the chat. Who do you think should bat leadoff? I think Bellinger should, since he has experience at the leadoff spot. I'm not against it. He's going to be in the mix. But I would lean towards Jazz or Jason Dominguez first because the pop that Belly potentially could have and that swing in Yankee Stadium with the short porch, like, I want to put him potentially behind Judge. Let's see what else was in here before they started throwing money. If you're on YouTube, you can donate to my baby's diaper fund. He goes through probably 6-7 diapers in a day. Let's see. Ross and Bergen County, what up, bro? Four Nations Classic, Four Nations Face-Off, Four Nations Tournament coming up in about 20 minutes. United States versus Finland. Our boy Jack Hughes doing anything tonight? Maybe. You know, he's got the flair for the dramatic. He might just steal the show. Keith, you are clean shave. You know it. Hey, Keith, did I miss the live stream yesterday or you didn't set it up? I don't think I did one yesterday. I was on late, like 11 to 2. I don't think I did one yesterday. They don't trust Stroh. He's got talent for sure, but he gets in his head too much and then he falls apart. He should have gotten play in the postseason, but he was shot. I can't disagree with that. You can't trust him. He was giving up some homers. He was walking guys. He didn't have good command, and they didn't need him. They ultimately did not need him. Yankees will be better this year than last year. The pitching staff is a lock. I hope so. I hope so. Juan Soto is Juan Soto though, so there's a lot to replace. I'll believe it when I see it. Keith isn't getting that Gillette sponsor anytime soon. Nah, Babyface, bro. Babyface. Forever young. I want to be forever young. Keith, this is awesome. I listened in the radio, but didn't know you did it live on Twitter. I just started this year. Just having conversations with people and reading things and thinking about like, all right, I've got the radio part down as far as like putting my notes together and doing the show and answering calls and entertaining. How else do I expand on that? How do I do more on my social channels? And here we are. So thanks for watching. How's your boy feeling now? Still sick? No, we are through. He has pulled through. We are good. Jackson is in the clear. He's got a little bit of a sty on his eye, but like he's clear. He's clear. Answering my text messages. Check in. My wife just texted me. My son is 1 year and 10 months old today. Huge accomplishment and achievement. And he is safely in his crib now, sleeping. So say a quick prayer for the boy as he goes to bed. Amen. My son, when I put him to bed, um, we pray, and he's always like, "Amen, amen." He always waits for my prayer to end, and then he wants to like jump me to the amen. It's the cutest thing. I'm just very blessed, very blessed. It's a wild experience to think about having a kid, then going through the pregnancy part of having a kid, which I didn't do. My wife did, shout out to her for that. I did everything I could to help. But watching like, my wife, her stomach get big, having him going to the doctor, seeing the sonogram and him getting bigger and bigger and getting his weight, and like then going to like the 3D, like there's this place where you can go where they can like get a 3D look and like see his like facial features. And then you have the big day when they're born, and that is insane. It's such a wild experience. And then every day you just learn more and more and do more, and it is super intense in the beginning, but it passes, and you just watch a person become. It is a crazy experience to see someone be born and just naturally like develop a personality, learn things, learn words, have preferences. Like it's sick. It's hard, it's challenging, but it's the greatest thing that ever happened to me having a kid. Let's see. Bag will clear the sty on his eye. Yeah, so like my son is very like I tried to put like a warm compress on his eye. He won't let it go down. That's another thing too. When he was very little, he was very squirmish and like wouldn't let anybody really hug or hold him. And now he's starting to get more affectionate. He wants hugs. He does fist bump. He does high five. And like whenever I leave, it's a fist bump. He says 5-5, and then he says hug. So I remember in the beginning, I was like, my wife had the C-section, so she had to recover for like a year. So I was waking up at night, like every 90 minutes when he was waking up to change his diaper, give him a bottle. And it was like kicking and screaming. And I'm just like not sleeping. And in the beginning, there's no affectionate, like, I'm like, this kid hates me. My son doesn't love me. This is so hard. All right, back to the show, back to the sports talk. Keith, where do you see Austin Wells fitting into this lineup? At the bottom, or does he find himself as the lefty in the middle? I think he can be in the lower part of the lineup. I smash teeth, F your beef, no relief. I step on stage, the girls scream like I'm Keith. Keith McPherson on the Fan, about an hour down. Dial 888-808-1019. We're going to continue to have a good time. Got a bunch of Yankee and Mets fans on the line. We're talking Marcus Stroman, but we're going to slowly get away from that. If you didn't hear my open or my thoughts, I just think it's much about nothing. Like, I think now he's going to probably be there on Saturday, and then what? Like, I don't think this guy is a cancer. I don't think he's an egomaniac. I think it's just like I said, like, if he doesn't have to be there throwing bullpens, and I don't know exactly what Boone talked to him about, but it's obvious they've, had conversations about trading him. So like you don't have to pretend, man. And it's permitted, right? People are like, oh, how do you feel about Marcus? I'm like, how do the Yankees feel? The Yankees are permitting it. Would they like him to like, buy into the team for what? I'm not a starter. And like I said, he's got a kid. He's got a young kid. And the way that the business of baseball works, he could get traded to St. Louis tomorrow. Is he going to move his son to St. Louis? I don't know. And if he does, he's not going to do it overnight. And St. Louis, do they have spring training in Arizona? No, I think they're in Florida. Because I remember years ago hearing about the St. Louis Cardinals spring training. There's some history with that, with Curt Flood and those guys in the spring training facility. Good Black History Month lesson. I should refresh myself on that information, and then I can kick that to you at some point tonight. 888-808-1019. Yeah, the St. Louis Cardinals, they are in Jupiter, Florida. And if Marcus Stroman gets traded to them, and I only really say them because of the potential of a Nolan Arenado deal, he'll go there first. And I don't know how far Jupiter is from his home in Tampa. I don't know exactly where his home is in Tampa. It might not be exactly in Tampa, but like I see his son has got to be like 3 or 4 years old, and he's smiling ear to ear whenever he posts his son. I think the guy's just trying to get some extra days and nights with his little man. And I think the Yankees are permitting that. I know the Yankees are permitting that. Like, to say the Yankees are distracted from what? Throwing bullpens? Talking shop right now? Getting to know each other? Some of the new guys getting to know each other? No, I think it's much about nothing. But we make much about nothing here in New York, especially when we're itching for our baseball teams to start, which were 2 of the final 4 baseball teams standing last year, and the football teams are picking in the top 7 of the draft. Matt is in New York on the Fan. Go for it, Matt. His employer is allowing it. They're allowing it. He doesn't have to be there today. He does not have to be there until the 22nd, and there are reports that he's going to be there Saturday. He doesn't have to be there today. Because he doesn't have to be there. So he could be with his kid. He could be with his family. He's getting all that money. Is he getting all that money by the minute, by the hour, by the day? No. He showed up for the physical. He met with the manager. He talked to them already, and they're allowing it. They're allowing it. He's also not effective. He's not good. Thanks for the call, Matt. He's also like he's walking guys. He's giving up homers. Like I said, he's an undersized pitcher who is a good athlete and has put in 10 years of service time. He's just getting to the point where he's not good anymore. But like, you can't tell me that, oh, he's making all that money, he's got to report. He did report for his physical, and they told him he could go do, like, they're not making a big deal out of it. You're making a big deal out of it. And if you're mad because he's a multimillionaire, he's filthy rich, he's getting on private jets, he's got a really nice house, and he's spending time with his kid, then be mad. He's not mad. He's not mad. He's somewhere chilling. He does not have to go and put on an appearance. He does not have to go and sit there yet and talk shop with these guys and watch bullpens until, like, how do we not know? Like, what if they told him, hey, we have something in the works, we'll know by Saturday. And Saturday is not the day. Saturday is February 15th. The mandatory day that he has to be with the team is February 22nd. So this is, again, much about nothing. But I understand a lot of you have your issues with Marcus Stroman for whatever reason it is. I don't have an issue with the guy. I don't mind. It's not changing my day. It's actually a layup. I'm out here like, I'm Euro stepping like Jazz Chisholm. This is a layup talk show to talk about nothing. Eric is in Lindenhurst on the Fan. What's up, Eric? Thanks for the call, Eric. Yeah, again, now it'd be one thing if this was Max Fried, then we'd be, like, you know what I'm saying? We'd be better. If Devin Williams, if they told Devin Williams, you got to shave, and he says, I'm not showing up till I have to show up because I'm keeping my beard till February 22nd, then yeah, call me up at 888-808-1019 and say, you know what, Devin Williams is a bad guy. Marcus Stroman is like, yo, I'm essentially not on the team. This is like a technicality for now. Josh is up in the Bronx where the Yankees will be. Give it a month or so. Yeah, I remember there was some discrimination that went on, and St. Louis had to build their own facility so that the black players could freely, come to the facility with their families and whatnot. I watched a documentary on it. I think LeBron's company, the Spring Hill Company, produced it. I just watched this a few years ago, and I got to freshen up in my mind. But that's what I was alluding to years ago when Kurt Flood was on that team. I remember hearing that story. But yeah, Google says that they, have a place in Jupiter, Florida, called the Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium, the home of the St. Louis Cardinals. Yeah, talking about free agency, and that's a great segue. Thanks for the call, Josh. They asked Garrett Cole about Juan Soto's deal, and if you remember, Garrett Cole talking about Kurt Flood and him fighting for players to be able to go to free agency and sign with the team of their choosing, and the business of it that the Players Association wants them to go to the highest bidder so that the money for the players can grow bigger and bigger and bigger. Garrett Cole mentioned that today or yesterday when he spoke talking about Juan Soto. He says good for the game. It's good for players. He's not mad at Juan Soto for taking the largest deal, taking the largest contract. That's what he did, right? Like, Garrett Cole gets it. Garrett Cole is a student of the game, knows the history of the game, and knows that there will be somebody years and maybe decades down the line that actually does sign a bigger deal than Juan Soto. 888-808-1019. How do the Yankees replace Juan Soto? In my live chat, someone said to me that they think that this Yankees team is going to be better than last year's because the pitching staff is so good. And I'm like, Juan Soto is not on this team. So, until I see this team hit and play without the dominant force that Juan Soto is, I can't co-sign that. I can't say that. I don't feel that way. I don't feel like this is a better team until I see them be a better team. I'll believe it when I see it. On paper, yeah. But what good is paper? On paper, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs had a 1.5 point spread favorite to beat the Eagles, and then they got their ass kicked. I don't care about paper. Juan Soto is a dominant force, and him and Judge created a ridiculous tandem like we've never seen in that Yankee lineup. If Judge gets hurt, then what? If Paul Goldschmidt looks like he's too old, then what? If Cody Bellinger can't turn back the clock, if Jason Dominguez isn't ready to be an everyday major leaguer, if Austin Wells and Anthony Volpe don't take another step forward, it could get a little shaky for the Yanks. I hope not. Call me up with your thoughts. 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this. Let me queue up some stuff, man. Because that's the first hour of the show. I think in this hour, we're going to talk facial hair policy and about the new facilities down there in Tampa. And I got to pull up an email that has all that information with exactly what, and I need to get this information. The Cardinals need to reclaim spirit of 1964 to heal St. Louis racial tensions. I just need to be able to articulate why the Cardinals made their own spring training facility back then. Obviously, it's before my time, but I faintly know the history. And I watched a documentary on it some years ago, but I just can't articulate it exactly how I want it. I got to read something. Let's see. And I was mentioning Kurt Flood. It was in the early 1960s. Bob Gibson, Bill White, the first African-American president in major sports, Kurt Flood, whose campaign against MLB's reserve clause would eventually liberate professional athletes, yada, yada, yada. Those players, along with white Cardinal veterans like Stan Musial and Ken Boyer, taught the Memphis-bred McCarver one of the core values of what has come to be called the Cardinal Way. This isn't what I'm looking for. There was a lot of racism and discrimination where they had to leave where they were hosting their spring training because the players were like being targeted. So they built their own facility years ago, so those players would be safe and their families would be safe. Let's see. Also that summer. Oh, okay, wow. Cardinals probably remember on Monday night 3 silver. KKK in Neshoba County, Mississippi. Okay. Why did the St. Louis Cardinals make their own spring training facility?
Oh,
Let's see. Spring Hill Company dock on the St. Louis Cardinals.
good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. As expected, the Aaron Rodgers era ended earlier today officially with the Jets announcing they're headed in another direction. The previous regime banked everything in bringing Rodgers here, but due to injury and perhaps age, it just did not work out. Rodgers, of course, tore his Achilles 4 plays into his first game. He started a total of 18 and won just 6. While this move has been known for several days, Rodgers' future now remains a question at age 41. Yankees started Marcus Stroman has yet to take part in activities after trade speculation in the offseason. The polarizing right-hander came in for his physical. He does have until the 22nd to report. Manager Aaron Boone said he does expect Stroman in the next few days. And that's what's happening on Rich Ackerman. All right, Cam. I'll see you mañana.
All right. Have a good night. Get home safe. Yeah, I gotta get that. Inside the 8 p.m. hour on The Fan in New York. My name is Keith McPherson. I host the nighttime show. I don't know. You may have heard a KM to AM. Maybe not. I'm just researching right now. Like I said, I wanted to get more information on the St. Louis Cardinals. LeBron James and the Spring Hill Company did a documentary on the St. Louis Cardinals some years ago. Shout out to my mom. I was at my mom's house earlier today. I actually watched it at her house years ago. And I just can't find the exact article or story on it. Someone listening may know the story on it. But from what I remember, the St. Louis Cardinals, back in the days of Bob Gibson and, those players, they ended up having to make their own spring training facility to escape racism and violence and discrimination and to protect their players and those players' families. And I'll find an article or something so that I can articulate it better and not just try to go off of my memory and off the top of my head. It's not something I lived. It's something that I watched in a documentary. But it's information that came up as we were talking about Marcus Stroman potentially being traded to St. Louis, Nolan Arenado potentially being traded from St. Louis. Like, I saw that there was a report today. Nolan Arenado is likely to be a part of the St. Louis Cardinals. And, 2 days ago, there was a report that the Yankees were not in on him. So, fans will make what they will of these things. And I know last night I was on right as the news broke about Alex Bregman going to the Red Sox. And for a few nights in a row, I was saying, don't sleep on the Red Sox. The Red Sox went and got pitching. I don't ever sleep on their manager. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. No coincidence that Alex Bregman, who was in Houston with Alex Cora, goes and joins them. Could have joined AJ Hinch. Did not go to Detroit where they offered him more money. But I just, I think that the Red Sox are going to be pesky. I think that the Red Sox, they really get off on beating the Yankees still. People say the rivalry's dead. The rivalry has no juice. To them, if they sweep the Yankees in the Bronx, they're popping champagne in the visiting clubhouse. They're late to their media availability because they're celebrating that like they won the World Series. So we'll have to contend and deal with our own division, Yankee fans. It isn't going to just be a cakewalk. It isn't going to be, just like a guarantee that the Yankees get back to the World Series. Prior to last year, it had been 15 years. And again, I go back to this team does not have Juan Soto. Juan Soto was a huge part of the vibe of this Yankees team last year, the mentality of this Yankees team last year. He had an effect on the lineup, his teammates. He certainly had an effect on the fans. And forever, the Yankees go back to the World Series off the bat of Juan Soto. He hits the home run that sends them to the Fall Classic, and he catches the final out. So here we go. We're closer to another season where we can put that in the past. But I do have a fear that if they don't get back to the World Series, we'll have a year of a narrative that, hey, Juan Soto got him to the World Series, right? Especially if they go to the postseason and Judge fails again and they don't get back to the World Series, Judge couldn't do it. Couldn't do it with an old Paul Goldschmidt. Couldn't do it with an old DJ LeMahieu. Ed is in Mohegan on the Fan. What's up, Ed? Cool. No, I knew you needed some time. Okay.
He was great to have around. And it had nothing to do with what he did on the field as a player. It was just Yogi. And you're never going to know this. Very rarely you hear players talk about how great somebody is in the clubhouse because they don't want to know about everybody. So I would think you just got to keep your mouth shut. So look at a guy like DJ LeMahieu. And the Yankees can afford to keep DJ LeMahieu because they're, a top 3 team in team payroll? So they have all the money in the world. They're fortunate enough to be in the New York demographic. So the Yankees have no problem. So they can afford to keep a guy like DJ on the team because we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't know who he's helping. Maybe Judge is going to him and saying, how many conversations has DJ had with Judge over what happened in the World Series with the catch?
Probably none.
You don't know that. So I put a lot of stock, and I feel this way about a lot of players. It's like even the Hall of Fame, I can go on forever. Like a guy like Don Mattingly transcended the game. That's the guy that I want my kids to know about. DJ LeMahieu is the kind of guy I want my kids to watch.
Thanks for the call, Ed. I couldn't disagree more. I'm sorry. I let you go. You had the Bernie stuff. Love Bernie. Love Yogi. Arguably, like 2 of my favorite Yankees. They have nothing to do with DJ. DJ doesn't talk. He's the machine. He doesn't say a word. Doesn't talk to anybody. And then you don't know who I know or what conversations I've had with players, family members, people that also talk to fathers and family. You don't know who I know and what I know as far as, what DJ is or how many conversations has DJ had with Judge about dropping that pop-up? Zero. But I will say they do have a relationship, and Judge is such a baseball guy. He's got a ton of respect for DJ, the player that he is and what he was and his career and how it's going to end. And we did hear some rumblings and rumors last year about the Yankees were ready to just cut ties with him last year, and they had reason to. He was one of the worst hitters in the sport. I was ready to cut his ass when I was at the game against the Guardians and it went extra innings. I didn't stay for extra innings. When he didn't step on first base, I said, all right, people, I got to go to the fan. I just told this story with JJ. When JJ was on, I was sitting with JJ and his entire family. I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm going to work. They're probably going to lose this game. They did lose the game, but then they ended up taking the series. But I'm like, the machine is malfunctioning. The machine needs a software update. Or maybe we just got to throw the machine away. The hardware is obsolete. 888-808-1019. I don't care about this like morale stuff in the clubhouse. The Yankees are the same ones that went to get Josh Donaldson to add some edge into the clubhouse after he called out Garrett Cole for spider tack. You know, they're the same ones that wanted like Alex Verdugo there because Verdugo was a dog and that type of guy. And Jazz, and like, nah, like DJ doesn't talk. DJ might set a good example, but he's cooked. I know it. You know it. They all know it. And to say the Yankees can afford it, yes, the Yankees, Hal Steinbrenner told you they have more financial flexibility than ever. They raked in the cash going back to the World Series for the first time since 2009. But again, I go back to the allocation of funds. And there are Yankee fans screaming about, hey, why couldn't we have given Alex Bregman that deal? Hey, there's no way in hell they were giving him that money bag. But maybe they could pay Nolan Arenado. Maybe they could make a trade and take on his contract. Maybe they could have done some other things. Years ago, maybe Manny Machado could be here. I don't know. The case for DJ being a club, you have enough guys. You have Garrett Cole. You have Aaron Judge. You now have Max Fried, Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, Giancarlo Stanton. You have 4 former MVPs in the clubhouse. DJ got some MVP votes. You don't need DJ LeMay. He does not talk. He does not even say words. But he is beloved in the clubhouse. He does have relationships with his teammates and people in the organization, and they're not going to do him dirty. But there is no case for, like, you know, what kind of guy he is. He's not a personality like a Yogi Berra or a Bernie Williams in that clubhouse at all. Liv is out in L.A. on the Fan in New York. Hello, Liv.
Hey, Keith. I just wanted to call in because I hear everyone talking about Marcus Stroman, and I just feel like there's a lot of slander. Like, people just don't like him. And, like, I about, like he's not as good as he was, but, like, they're like, oh, why is he showing up on time? Like you said, like, if you get paid a salary and your job says you don't have to come into work, you don't have to.
Yeah. They're pocket watching like crazy. Oh, he's making all that money. So what? He checked in with his job, and they literally Aaron Boone. Let's see, not even Aaron Boone. Let's go to someone else because I think we do have the audio from Aaron Boone. And Aaron Boone said he wants his guy here, but Chris Kirshner reported that Matt Blake said this when asked about Marcus Stroman. He's in Tampa. He's around. That was Matt Blake, the pitching coach's comments about him. He's in Tampa. He's around. We don't need him here today. It's not mandatory for him to be here because of his contract and all the money he's making. Marcus Stroman is filthy rich.
I agree. Like, the collective bargaining agreement literally says, like, he doesn't have to show up until a certain date, and that's when he's going to show up. He probably heard the trade rumors. Like he knows he's probably going to get traded. He's still, like, why does he need to show up to, I'm pretty sure a week extra of him pitching isn't going to.
It isn't. He doesn't need to put on appearances. He's a veteran in this game. He doesn't have to go through the motions. It's so odd and awkward to walk in there. I'm sure it was awkward for him walking in there just to do the physical and talk to Boone. He's not a fool. And you know what? I'm sure him and Boone had a good conversation, and Cashman as well, right? Where's the drop? Where's the Cashman is the man. He was singing Cashman's praises last year. So I think it's much about nothing, and just come out and say why you don't like Marcus Stroman. Thanks for the call, Liv. Just come out and say. Cashman, yo, drop that. Last year, yeah, because Cashman ran him that money, and he said Cashman is the man. Cashman's an incredible human being. 18 million. Nah, me either, bro. I never thought you'd be on the Yankees. After you said what you said, and after Cash said what he said, you know, Stroman literally called out the Yankees about not getting back to the World Series. And then he's on the team that gets back to the World Series and loses in embarrassing fashion. And Cashman said, you know, He wouldn't even break our rotation. I think it's much about nothing, but we want to talk about baseball. And the first hour of the show, we did that with Marcus Stroman, and that was my plan. I do want to get into more of the questions around the team, like who's leading off. We obviously know third base. They're not going to get Nolan Arenado. I hope that's capped, though. Like, I hope that's a smokescreen. I would love to come in here one night and the news break, hey, they actually did go get Nolan Arenado. He's better than what they've got. Who's leading off? For what my money's worth, I am in the camp of trying to put Jason Dominguez in that spot in spring training and seeing how he responds. And if he does not respond well to it, if he's dropping fly balls in left field, you should just put him in center field and put him lower in the lineup. Cody Bellinger said, play me anywhere. Cody Bellinger also has experience leading off, but I would lean towards Jazz with his speed and his experience leading off to go there. If Dominguez can't do it, and if Jazz is striking out, swinging at everything, then put Belly there. But I want Judge batting second, and I want Belly with that pop and that swing in Yankee Stadium to be behind Judge potentially and not be in front of him. I don't know, but they're going to find out. Boone doesn't even know. They asked Boone. He's like, I don't know. Brandon is in Tom's River on the Fan. What's up, man?
How you doing, brother? I know we talked earlier about the left side of the field and possibly second base. How you feeling about behind the dish, first base, and the outfield?
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the fact that Ben Rice has his catcher's gear and his catcher's mitt, and he's going back to try to, give us some depth there. It is not great when it's just Austin Wells, and like last year, Austin Wells was platooning with Trevi, and fans were screaming, Austin Wells should be in the lineup every single day. Well, here you go, Austin Wells. You're the everyday guy. Other than that, you have JC Escara and Jesus Rodriguez, and then somewhere the guy Alex Jackson, who came over in the trade for Trevi with Fernando Cruz. But, I said this the other night, Trevino got traded for when it was just Kyle Higashioka and Ben Rortvedt, which like Ben Rortvedt, we didn't even think was a real person. And Cashman, figured out, okay, Texas doesn't need him. And they trade for Trevino, and he ends up being an all-star and a platinum glove catcher. So I think they're going to take a look at what they have here in camp. And if they need to make a move for a backup catcher, I think they will. But they'll also take a look at Ben Rice. I think Ben Rice wants the opportunity to potentially make the roster as a backup catcher. But I don't know. I don't know if that's realistic for Ben Rice to actually be the backup catcher and like break camp. He's also depth at first base. And in the outfield, I just was saying, like, I want so badly for the Martian to become the Martian, right? The fans that brought those Dominican flags to the stadium for Juan Soto, bring them out for this kid. I want him to be an everyday player. I want him to be comfortable. I want him to be the phenom that he can be, and I don't want the pressure on him to play left field and lead off. So I'd like to see him play center field, but they're going to go with the experience of Cody Bellinger in center field. I get it. And the athleticism and try and get Dominguez up to speed. But like, he struggled last year, and I don't think he's going to be terrible, but if he struggles at all, we can't do it. The whole philosophy changes, tightening up the screws, defense. The Dodgers made fun of us and said that we play Yankee defense. Now we got to have the tightest defense possible. Then why would you have that kid out there? Put Belly in left and put him in center, his natural position. And then obviously Judge is going to go back to being Gold Glove, all-star, and right, much better than Juan Soto. No disrespect to Juan Soto, but obviously we know Judge is much better over there than Juan Soto was. Paul Goldschmidt can play 150 games if healthy all year. And if he's hitting, why would you want to take Paul Goldschmidt out? Behind him, there's so many options, right? Because behind him, before you go to a Ben Rice, you could go to Oswaldo Cabrera. You could go to, or not Oswaldo Cabrera. In this order, you could go Cody Bellinger, right? There might be some times where they go Cody Bellinger at first base to spell Goldschmidt if he's hurt or if he needs rest, because the Yankees love scheduled rest, especially with a 37-year-old. And they might put Trent Grisham in center field. And then Cody Bellinger is at first. And then if it's not Bellinger, Oswaldo Cabrera can play first base. And since, DJ is such a great clubhouse guy, keeping his mouth shut and not talking to anybody, they'll probably try and put him at first base if it's, Oswaldo or Peraza at third base. There's just a ton of backup options at first base before you get to Ben Rice. But I don't know. I like the kid's moxie. I remember when they called him up, I thought he was way ahead of schedule. I didn't think they were going to call him up. And he answered the bell. He made history. He had some moments. He had some home runs, and then he also had some shots that he hit that were this close to either going out or changing the game. He just missed, and I think he's going to be better for it this year. Thanks for the call, Brandon. 888-808-1019. We got to break it down. When we come back, I'll introduce a couple more, topics of conversation. I'm glad that the facial hair policy thing isn't really a topic of conversation. One, I don't really care. It's not something I really care about. But, we had the conversation last night and we've been having it online. The Yankees are not going to change it. Fans can never change it. And I completely get it. But what I'm saying about it or said about it is it's 2025. Are they going to do this in 2030, 2035? Am I going to be taking my son to the stadium in the 2040s when he has a beard and explain? I think there's going to become a time where it's just going to seem really ridiculous. It's already starting to be ridiculous. We live in a society and world where you let people be who they want to be, look how they want to look. Like if I wanted to change the name of this show to KIM to AM and come in here, you would have to accept me and embrace me as such. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Basketball fans, this is your shot at the ultimate.
All right, y'all. So the chat kept jumping, and I don't know where I'm at with that. Hold on. Let me check my text, and I'll get back to y'all. All right, yo. Let's see where we were at. Keith, where do you see Austin Wells was the last thing I said, right? Okay. First time I'm tuning in to X. Can't hear the callers. Time to switch to Odyssey. Yeah. So that's the thing, right? I have the monitor here. Where you can kind of hear, but at the same time, it's like you're hearing the speaker up there, and I'm using my internal MacBook speakers. It's what I can do for now. There will come a time where I feed the audio from the other headphone jack into this, but I got to buy, what do they call it? DAW, digital audio workstation, digital audio workstation. Yeah, I got to buy a DAW, and no, it's not a DAW. There's like these little mixers, like these little go-betweens, and I haven't gotten there yet. It's not that serious. You can see me, you can hear me. And if you really want to lock in and hear the callers, then listen to the radio or listen to the app. Let's see here. Stroman gets a bad rap. Dude had a sub-5 ERA as a pitcher who pitches to contact with the worst defense possible. I think I saw. Please mention that, Keith. You're correct, but it's not even worth mentioning, bro. He's not gonna contribute to the Yankees, and these people are mad. Curt Flood went to Supreme Court to fight the reserve clause. He lost, but it opened the door to free agency. Correct. But there's a deeper story. Spring Hill Company doc on the St. Louis Cardinals. I'm trying to find the name of that because that's what I watched. That gave me this information. 1960s St. Louis Cardinals doc.
Makes preserving your fence a breeze. Valspar Reserve makes updating the den a piece of cake.
Yeah, I can't find it. But yeah, there was a story about the St. Louis Cardinals making their own facility to escape racism. I really hope Volpe can turn into the leadoff type hitter we all think he could be. I don't think it's happening this year. I mean, if it does, great. His speed would be such a weapon if he took a similar approach and focused on just getting on base. I'm rooting for that kid every single day. I just think that they're not going to start there. Now, if he does what he did last year and was hitting like Mookie Betts in the beginning of the season, and then they moved him to the leadoff spot and then cooked him, they can't do that again. Jason Dominguez could be a beast up there too, though. Facts. Ben Rice can catch too. Yeah, would love to see him be the backup catcher if he's actually good at it. He got into one game, I think, against Tampa last year. At the end of the game, what happens if Spencer Jones completely explodes in spring training? They're still going to start him in the minors. There's no room for him. It'd be great if he can come up because, like, their fourth outfielder is Trent Grisham. You have options where to play whoever, correct. If Spencer Jones explodes in spring training, he goes up to the big club. Not necessarily, but, like, yeah, maybe. Maybe later in the season. Where does he play? That's another thing, right? If he, he would be a fourth outfielder. He would play left, and Dominguez would go to center, and Belly would go to right, and Judge would DH. That's like the only way I can see that. Off topic, you think Ben Simmons going to play good on clips? No, I think he's going to be super mid, if that. KIM, love your long hair. Yeah, that's you never know what I'm going to come up with. You know, that was just my way of saying, like, yo, we live in a world where, like, if I wanted to come in here and say I identify as a woman tomorrow, you'd have to accept that. But if, the Yankee shows up and says I have a beard, no, you got to shave that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, anything goes now, bro. Anything goes now, bro. In this world, anything goes. So, like, thanks, Danny. There's a point in time coming for the Yankees where it's gonna be almost cruel. It's gonna be wrong. Like, it's gonna be like, yo, you're making these guys shave their beards. That's a part of them. That's a part of their appearance. That's their choice. I heard on BT and Sal a theory that Spencer could end up the Caleb Durbin treatment, get pumped to be traded. Sure. What if Devin Williams refused to shave? They would have to trade him. They can't withhold his pay. But he wouldn't. That's the thing, too. Fans are not players. And I kept saying that. The players have respect for all of the players that paved the way for them to be millionaires and make that money with the Yankees. And they understand Derek Jeter had to do it. I got to do it, too. Fans are the ones like, nah, that's not right. That's not fair. Yeah, people going crazy in the Twitter. Well, my Twitter be going dumb. There's just so many replies. I gotta mute most of these tweets.
So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all of the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free.
Yeah, people was tripped out, bro.
Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Boost Mobile built America's newest 5G network and made it easier than ever to switch. And when you do, you get a free Galaxy A15 5G. Need to hook up the whole family? With Boost Mobile, you can get 4 unlimited lines and 4 free 5G phones for only $100 per month. To switch, head to your local Boost Mobile store today and get your free Galaxy A15 5G or 4 unlimited lines and 5G phones for $100 per month. New customers only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. Other restrictions apply. See participating dealers for details.
Your official home to talk New York sports is WFAN. Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. Feels good to have baseball back. Even though it's not back. Just the back and forth conversations are back. And the greatest rivalry in baseball is not the Red Sox versus the Yankees. It's Yankee fans versus other Yankee fans. We'll never agree on Marcus Stroman, on the facial hair policy, names on the back of the jerseys. It is what it is. At least it's conversation, all right? You know, there's no such publicity as bad publicity. People get mad. I've even taken some strays. You know, people are like, you should be lucky they let you wear your hair like that. I'm like, my hair? I'm not on the Yankees, bro. And I'm on the radio. They can't see me. Just kidding. I'm live on video. They can see me now. And, you know, as far as the facial hair policy goes, like I get it. I understand where it came from. I understand it's something they don't want to change, and I think it's super weird that there are fans like it makes the Yankees unique. I love it. Like, okay, but like my whole thing with it was what does it produce? Like, it's a rule to be a rule, and the further we get in this life, in this time in America, is like rules are made to be broken, and like rules are also made to like enforce things or do things, and they're the only ones with that rule, man. And there's going to come a time where a player says, yo, listen, like I've got terrible acne under this beard, I don't want to shave it, or I don't like the way my chin looks, I have a double chin, or no, it took me 7 years to grow this beard like this, I really rather not. I used a couple examples last night talking about it, right? I ran into Luis Castillo in LA during the All-Star game, who has long locks down his back, and I was wearing full-on Yankees gear, Yankees pinstripes, and that was when we were thinking about, would the Yankees trade for him? And he doesn't speak like that well of English, so like our conversation wasn't that deep, but myself and the people that we were with like hinted to him like, oh, you're gonna have to cut your hair, and his response to that was just like, nah, no, like not like if he gets traded to the Yankees, he'd have no choice. Like Miguel Castro came to the Yankees, and he actually had grown his hair for years and had to cut it, and then the Yankees shipped him off, and it's like, oh, well, that 7 years that you put in to grow your hair that long, you had to chop it off, can't get it back, and then he had to get some like implants or something put in just to get his look back, get his swag back. Don't you want people to feel good, right? You look good, you play good, they pay good. Don't you want guys to have some swag, some moxie, some aura about them? Like, that's in your hair. The power is in your hair. I see these videos once in a while on Instagram of like, kids being punished, and a way that they get punished is their parents taking them to the barber shop and they, I guess, let them grow their hair, and if they're bad in school, now you're getting your hair cut off, and the kids are kicking and screaming and gyrating, and it's sad. It's almost cruel, but I know, I get it. Today I came around on it. I said, once I saw these new facilities that the Yankees rolled out at spring training, okay, to gain access, everybody's got to be clean shaven. If you want to use the new weight room, if you want to use the hot tubs, cold tubs, if you want to use the meeting rooms and all of this, gotta have no beard in here. And it's policy, it's tradition, it's something that's not going to change yet, but the conversation will come up every time there's a new Yankee that comes here and was elsewhere that, baseball fans were used to seeing for years with a beard or long hair, and they shave, and there's the initial shock. The conversation happens all the time. Verdugo last year shaved his beard like 3 months in advance. Last night I talked about how Rougned Odor talked about how his little daughter was afraid of him when he came home with no beard, didn't recognize him. When Andrew McCutchen shaved his beard off, it was like, ugh. So I don't know when it's going to happen. I just think we're ahead of it. And in this modern day time where, anything goes, and you're taught to accept people and let people be who they are and look how they want to look, and especially this younger generation, Gen Zs and younger, they're very accepting, and they are very against conforming and being told what to do and all this stuff. So we're getting there. I'm telling you, give it another 5, 10, 15 years, and it's just going to look very out of place. It's going to look very odd that like there's a policy to make grown men shave their beards. 888-808-1019. A well-kept beard is acceptable, in my opinion. Like, I'm not talking Jason Worth. I'm not talking Charlie Blackmon. I'm not talking Brandon Marsh. I'm not talking James Harden. I'm not talking Robin Williams in Jumanji. I'm talking about like a little bit of beard, like a 2-guard, a 3-guard, and it's presentable. And I don't think that's unprofessional, and I don't think that would upset anybody. But what do I know? I can't grow a beard anyway. 888-808-1019. Philip is in Jamaica, Queens on the fan. What's up, Phil?
My call. I want to expand before I get into my points with the Yankees. I want to expand on the point you raised, the hair issue with the Yankees. What if there's an all-star and he's like one of the best players in the position, and the Yankees, what are they going to? And he doesn't want to change his gear. What is he gonna say?
Right? No, you make moves to make the team better. You do what you got to do to improve the team, and there is going to become a time that like a player that they either trade for or want to sign, like that, it's a deal breaker. And then when they do decide to bend the rules, then it's going to be there's going to be a huge outcry about like this specific player and why. And I don't know. One day I hope to be here for it. I hope to be alive to see it and talk about it. And I'm gonna say, see, could have got ahead of this. Could have just beat him to the punch and said, hey, you know what? It's 2025. This season, we're going to zig when they expect us to zag. Let's take the first step forward and have light beards and have somebody that is the judge of that. They have barbers that come in to the stadium. They could have a barber that makes sure everybody has that wants a beard. That's the thing. It's not even everybody. Like I say, I can't grow a beard. There are some guys that are babyface. Luke Weaver can't grow a beard. So it wouldn't even be everybody. It'd be a handful of guys. How many guys do you see? Like Gleyber Torres has a full beard right now. Clay Holmes has a beard right now. Jordan Montgomery grew out his beard. As soon as these guys leave the Yankees, Gary Sanchez, Robinson Cano, they grow out their beards as a way to be like, I'm free.
I can't agree anymore. But I want to pick up about the Yankees third base. I happen to be Cabrera fit. I think he will be good at third base. And that's why I don't think they got Bergman. But my question is, remember last year with Cabrera, he was really hitting well, and then he got reduced time because TJ LeMahieu came back. How much of an impact do you think that had on Cabrera? And if he plays full time at third base and doesn't get reduction in time, do you think he'll be able to keep it up? Do you think Cabrera will not be able to sustain his success at third base?
I mean, I hope so. Thanks for the call, Philip. I'll go back to last year. DJ LeMahieu was going to be your starting third baseman. He fouled a ball off his foot. And so they went to Oswaldo, who, similar to DJ, can play multiple positions. They look at both of those guys as like utility infielders, Swiss Army knives, defensive replacements, whatever. And when I say they never loved Waldo, a.k.a. Cabby, they never loved him because they immediately went out and traded for John Birdie, who was injury prone and hurt the whole year. But like, they didn't feel comfortable saying, oh, Finland scores. They didn't feel comfortable saying, I'm in here watching the Four Nations face-off, United States versus Finland. First goal of the game, Finland just scored. It's lit. It's packed in there. If you guys look for something to watch on TV, I don't know if you guys watch any puck, but I do now that I'm on the fan. Anyway, the Yankees traded for John Birdie. And remember in the beginning of the season, it was like, like John Birdie had just got with the team. Like, is he going to start opening day? Whatever. I don't think any of that stuff affects Oswaldo. I've been around him a couple times. I just was with him at American Dream, and I asked him about it. I'm like, I hope you do get more love. I hope you get the opportunity to be an everyday starter. He came up clutch in the beginning of the year. He drove in runs in the beginning of the year. He manufactured runs at times with his legs on the base pass. He's athletic. I just don't know if he's going to hit consistently enough. A switch hitter that I think they really want to hit from the left side. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit consistently enough to be in there every day. And I think that's why they're hoping that DJ, if healthy, can be if DJ can be 65% of the hitter that he was, which I don't think he can be that. I don't know if he could be 25% of the hitter that he was. They're hoping that could be more productive than Oswaldo. Both of them can field the position. Peraza can field the position too. He also just can't hit. So Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan. What's up, Bruce?
Harold Reynolds was on the midday show the other day, and Harold Reynolds said, quote, this Yankee team is better than last year's Yankee team. So all the Mets fans who troll on you or Yankee fans and she keeps saying, how can Hal Steinbrenner say that this team is better than last year? Well, you got Harold Reynolds, an expert who has no extra line, saying the same thing. So
a lot of people are saying it. We just got to see it. I hope so.
I don't know, but for Met fans who call up the station and say how can a Yankee fan or a Yankee person say that? That's ludicrous. I'm just bringing that to
Yeah, there are a lot of Mets fans that they just still need Yankee tears. They want to use the cope emoji. They want Yankee fans to just be forever in despair because Juan Soto chose the Mets. Him choosing the Mets isn't good enough. They need the Yankees to go out of business since Juan Soto isn't there.
Second point, I have no problems having Peraza or Cabrera or Vivas trying for their base job. But if they all fail, I have a plan B. Gio Urshela is this year.
Sacramento, yeah.
Okay, right. It's gonna be wild trying to break that habit. But Sacramento is here. He has a 1-year contract. He's a $1 million or $2 million. He had a major injury last year. Was out for 2 or 3 months. But when he came back, when he went to Atlanta, started to hit a little bit. I have no problems with the Yankees going out, bringing back Urshela. And I think he can hit 260, 270. You know he's got the glove. With 2 left-handed pitchers, I think it's important to have a good glove at third base. I would have no problem if the other guys can't cut it, reaching out and giving them a minor league prospect to get back Gio. Do you agree or disagree?
Gio to God. Thanks for the call, Bruce. I disagree. They're not doing that. I guarantee you they're not doing that. They got Gio up out of here, right? They wanted to break up Gleyber Torres and him as the duo, buddy. They got him up out of here. Remember that? They're not going to trade for him back. They will stay with their internal options before going to get Gio. I actually saw Gio play in Atlanta at the end of the year. I wish him luck. I wish the Oakland or the Sacramento A's luck. They got a few Yankees over there. Miguel Andujar, Luis Severino. And then you think about the pitching prospects from J.P. Sears. And I don't know, is Luis Medina and Ken Waldichuk still out there somewhere? There's probably some other ones I'm forgetting about. Yeah, I don't think that they would look to bring Gio Urshela back. And, honestly, do better. The knock on Gio when he was here, he didn't hit enough home runs. We're going to need some pop in that lineup. The whole thing with losing Juan Soto and his 40 homers and all of his runs batted in, you need to replace that production. Why not replace it with Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, and somebody better at third base? 888-808-1019. When we come back, we're talking Yankees lineup construction. We're, of course, talking facial hair policy. I think we've moved on from Marcus Stroman. We're still talking third base options. And just the fact that this team has made some additions and has tightened up the screws. And I think a lot of hope is there. Everyone seems very optimistic. I caution you against that because it's still a very new team that has to come together and figure a lot of things out. They may not come right out of the gate, and they're going to have competition. But, man, we're so close. We're about a week away from games and actually being able to see some stuff about who is who and what is what and see some new Yankees out there. When we come back, I'll take the rest of those calls. As we get into 9 o'clock, I do want to talk a little bit of football, and I'll mix in some conversation around the Mets. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this. Okay. So, football stuff I'm getting in order. Definitely going to talk about Stafford and Shador. The conversation around that trade. Excuse me. Give me 1 second and I'll get to the chat. We got to talk Aaron Rodgers. Colin Cowherd. Talking about Matthew Stafford. Oh, excuse me. Yo, Ben, what up, bro? Nick Costos asked about you today. You doing anything with Nick Costos? Yo, thanks for watching, bro. I'm watching the same hockey game. Hopefully the United States of America can come back. Keith, I'm going to call it. I'm going to cool it and chill. I'll get You back on the radio. Have a great rest of your show. Josh, appreciate you, bro. Great interaction. Thank you, people. Yeah, of course. DJ is a very quiet guy, so that's why you can't sell me on like, oh, I just missed the goal. United States scored. As I'm saying, I hope they come back. I just missed the goal. Let's see this. Woo! Off the goalie's leg. How'd they get that there? Oh, great pass and a great second attempt. Tie match. Yeah, I'm not subscribing to DJ being like a great clubhouse guy. I don't think he says anything to anybody. KM, my man, checking in from Hamden, Connecticut. Love listening every night. Keep it up. David, thank you, man. Hot take. Night hosts at WFAN are better than the daytime hosts. KM, C-Mac, Al Cintron. Reminds me of when Steve Summers and Tony Page were running the nights. I'll say it's subjective. I think everybody's good. What, I've been saying recently is like, this is New York. There are people listening all day, every day. They don't turn this thing off. And as like a team, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And I don't think it makes any sense to have like weak links at night. You need to have entertaining, good hosts at night as well. We have guys with a lot of experience. We have some younger guys. I'm the youngest, but now I'm in my 4th year, so I'm gaining experience. I think I'm getting better. I'm trying to get better at what I do. And, there are times because like people will try to like roast you or shit on you because you do the nighttime show. It's so stupid. Like people are like, this guy does the overnights. I'm like, one, I don't do the overnights. C-Mac does the overnights, but shout out to him. He worked 18 years here to get that opportunity. And it's such a rare opportunity. Like you'll never get to do it. So like when people try to say, oh, you work the graveyard shit, you work nights, bro, you know what my job is? My job is to take calls and talk about the Yankees. My job is to come to work. I can wear a t-shirt, sweatpants, sneakers. I can come in here with like, you know what I'm saying? Like I could come in here with just my sports brain and do a 5-hour show about sports. I used to mop floors. I used to work at the gym folding towels, taking out the garbage. I used to drive Lyft Uber. I got 700 Lyft Uber rides under my belt. Like I could go on. I've had way worse jobs. So when people try to like joke and like roast, like I made it. I went to school for radio and television. I'm on the radio every night and I'm on TV every month. So like Spike Eskin said something to me years ago. He said there will be like 5 times as many guys that will play for the New York Knicks in 30 years than will have their own radio show on WFAN in the same city. So like you mentioned Steve Summers and Tony Page, and those guys held it down for years. Like I appreciate both of them. They helped pave the way for me. And like for me to even be in my 4th year, I've never held a job this long. It's a blessing. It's an honor. It's a great experience. And, not being on during the day is not a slight. I like having my own show. Not being on during the day, I get paid. And I made the most money I ever made in my life this year. Not flexing, just saying. Like people try to. Just today, somebody wrote in one of the comments, "Oh, this guy does the overnights and he thinks he's somebody." No, I don't think I'm somebody. But like, you're not gonna just talk to me any kind of way. You're not gonna talk down on me. You're hiding online. I'm very visible. You can always see my face, my name. You can hear my voice. You can hear my story. I'm very visible off of being who I am. I made it. You're not gonna just, talk down on me. Yeah, this dude is let's see. This guy says, this dude is a loser. He works the overnights on a dying radio station and thinks he's somebody. Yet you listen to that radio station and you're commenting on the Instagram of that said radio station. Shut your dumb ass up. Here we go. And we're back in here watching United States versus Finland. It is now tied 1-1. That game is getting good. Little K-Dot on the fan. K-Mac on the fan. KM to AM. We're going to do this till midnight. Dial 888-808-1019. We're about to get back to the phone and take calls on the Yankees, on everything we've been talking about, from the facial hair policy to what they're going to do with the lineup, who's going to bat leadoff, outfield, third base, all of that type of stuff. And then when we get into the 9 o'clock hour, I got to talk Aaron Rodgers, as Aaron Rodgers is the song that doesn't end. It just ended for real. But it was a little peculiar how the Jets signed off and what they posted. I don't know. And I can't wait to hear Aaron Rodgers speak on Pat McAfee or wherever he chooses. Most likely to be Pat McAfee, right? Pat McAfee is like implicated in all this. And then also we got to play some audio from Colin Cowherd talking about Matthew Stafford and a trade to the Rams. And we also got to talk, oh my God, we got to talk Candelita. Jose Iglesias, hell of a year for his playing and music career, but that's done. David Stearns is like, nah, I don't have any analytics that say that, lightning's going to strike twice or we could catch lightning in a bottle again. Francisco Alvarez is extremely confident, not just with the tattoo on his neck, his words. And we've got more to do tonight. 888-808-1019. Let's talk to these Yankee fans on the fan. Jerry is in the Bronx. You got it, Jerry.
What's happening, Keith? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Listen, I got to disagree with you. But first, before I make my point, I got to disagree with you, and usually I don't. But the big thing, 100 years of Yankee tradition, there's no player that I can remember, and I've been following the Yankees since the early 70s, that said, hey, you know what, I'm not coming to the Yankees because I got to shave my beard. It's not a big deal, believe me, and I like the tradition. The reason I called was because of the lineup. You can't bat this kid first, and it's impossible. The way I would structure it is Jazz, number one, Judge second, Bellinger third, then you got Stanton because you got the lefty-righty combination, Wells right behind them, Dominguez, Goldschmidt, DJ, and then Volpe.
Why Goldschmidt so low?
Well, you could always split the middle of the lineup, though, Keith. You could split them either way, whether it's hot, it's not hot. You could flip them in the middle of the lineup depending on how they hit. Now, at third base, let me tell you something. I've been thinking about this for a long time. They got rid of their first baseman, Cleveland. Could you imagine if the Yankees got Jose Ramirez to play third base? I don't know what the situation is. I mean, I think he just signed a new contract, but let me tell you, switch hitter, the guy hits 30, 40 home runs a year. He bats 280, 300. I think he was getting up like 320 sometime last year. I mean, I think that he would be, if they could pick that guy up from Cleveland, I think he would be the ideal third baseman.
Thanks for the call, Jerry. I completely disagree with you on what you said in the beginning about no player has ever Don Mattingly is someone that had an issue with it. I retweeted a picture today of Thurman Munson with a full beard, mustache, goatee in his Yankee gear in a team picture. Cameron Maybin, former Yankee, has been very vocal about how many players do talk about this, how more appealing the Yankees would be if they did drop this. It is a thing. We can't say 100 years of Yankees tradition and no one ever had an issue with it. Of course they did. But you just don't hear about it because these players are getting paid a lot of money. It is an honor to be a Yankee. It's an honor to put on pinstripes. And all of them respect the guys that paved the way that they literally live off of, right? I have those rants every year about how these guys go city to city, ballpark to ballpark, and they'll go lose to the Nationals. They'll go lose to the St. Louis Cardinals. But there's a ton of Yankee fans there. And not necessarily for Alex Verdugo, not necessarily for Anthony Rizzo, but for the Yankees brand. 888-808-1019. So we just can't say 100 years of tradition and no one's been able to break the tradition. No, it hasn't. It just it has happened. It just hasn't hit the surface, but it will one day. There will be someone that you'll get the story. No, I didn't sign with the Yankees because they weren't budge on the facial hair policy. And then fans will lose their minds. They say we lost out on this generational player in 2035 because you guys were still stuck on that. I'm telling you, it's just obvious. The world is getting more progressive. The world is more accepting. the world is looking at it as almost cruel to tell somebody how they should look or, what they should do to conform, even if it is for a job, even if it is for the New York Yankees. The Yankees are the only one to do it. So when you're the only one to do it, right, it stands out. And with their other traditions, I've cited those too. Oh, the pinstripes are sacred. Yeah, but you sold the Star insurance patch, Star with 2 R's. You put an insurance patch over the sleeve. Right? Remember how much of an uproar there was over that and over the Nike swoosh over the pinstripes? Oh, I can't believe they put a Nike swoosh over it. Yeah, well, so what? Times have changed. They built a section in the stadium called the Judges' Chambers for a guy that is not good in the postseason. Love Aaron Judge. But they have a section in the stadium that when that first came up, they didn't build anything for Jeter. They didn't build it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like things can change. Rules can change. They're going to have a day where they got to change it. Moose is in Jamaica. Moose, you're on the Fan. I didn't know if you were there or not. What up, Moose?
I'm there. So for what it's worth, I'm trolling you by saying this, but one thing that all Yankee fans can agree upon is that Aaron Judge is the best right-handed hitter in the league since Miguel Cabrera's pride. I think it's inarguable.
That Yankee fans can agree on, yeah. But, there are some Yankee fans that hate Aaron Judge now. I'm not even joking. There are Yankee fans that are so mad about that pop up in the I'm telling you, there are Yankee fans that say he'll hit home runs this year and I will not care because they won't count until we get to October. There are Yankee fans that are over it, and they're the worst of us. But there are Yankee fans that have turned on Judge. Thanks for the call, Moose. Another thing, I didn't humor Jerry's comments about Jose Ramirez. The Guardians are not trading the Yankees Jose Ramirez. The Guardians got knocked out by the Yankees in the ALCS. Remember? Jose Ramirez chose to stay there. He's got to be kicking himself seeing the type of money that Juan Soto just got. He chose to take that contract because he came from the DR in very humble beginnings. And I always say, don't turn down your first fortune. You see that much money on paper, you take it. Not everybody's Juan Soto that can turn down $440 million and then, almost double that. There's a 0% chance that the Guardians will trade one of the best hitters in baseball to the New York Yankees, who they have under contract until 2029. 888-808-1019. When we come back, I am going to introduce the football conversations. I am going to clear all of the conversation about the Yankees facial hair policy. Again, hand up, I don't really care about it. Also, I'm just saying there's going to come a time where it's going to change, and it's out of place right now. But I'll take your calls and thoughts on it. This is just what we're doing to pass the time. And then also we have a couple calls on, the lineup and third base and stuff like that. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Football conversation on the way. 2 hours down, 3 hours to go. KM to AM returns right after this. Yeah. I'll listen to it. I just wanted where he said he talked to someone that, like a high-ranking official that so let me listen to that now, and I'll tell you where to start it. All right. Just trying to get some football conversation set up for the show. Colin. Okay. Yeah, so around 30 seconds in, Colin Howard said, yesterday I was talking to a long-term NFL exec. We'll let it run until he actually hits us with the proposed trade or whatever. What's up, man? So Colin Cowherd was talking about Stafford, and what he said was the Rams would want the number 3 pick from the Giants for Matthew Stafford. Cowherd said the Rams don't want to restructure Stafford's deal and are getting tired of his wife constantly talking to the public. The Rams could then look to trade down from 3 to acquire more picks next year to move up for a quarterback. And they would just have this year, I don't know, be Stetson Bennett Oh, who the hell was backing up Matthew Stafford this year? Let's see, Rams roster. Oh, Jimmy G. That's right.
Free agent.
And he might not be back, but they might think they can go sign him on a 1-year deal and survive a year with
There's
him.
a lot of things that they may do and then move on from Stafford. I can tell you now, and I think Adam Schefter already said it. The number 3 overall pick is not on the table for Matthew Stafford.
I wouldn't do that.
No.
That's a quick way to also get fired when you were already on thin ice. You got to be nuts. You're not ready to win now. You're going to. And exactly. And you have the toughest strength of schedule, the longest odds to make the Super Bowl. You're going to give up the number 3 pick for this guy. And he's probably going to get hurt week 4. And then you'd like, nah.
Don't fall for Coward's good at.
He's good at driving up some conversation around nothing
The only thing
and
that
saying
gets anybody to actually get all up in arms about that is if the Giants were to trade the 3rd overall.
And I think Colin Cowherd announced that he's moving to Chicago or Illinois, like he's leaving LA and he's going to do his show, something like that. And I think that was a good way to get some more eyes, ears, and attention on that.
I think somebody, I forget who it was, somebody actually asked Schefter that. And he was like, I think he stopped the conversation. He was like, there is no chance the Giants would even remotely think about trading the 3rd overall pick for Matthew Stafford.
No, they're not ready to win like the Rams were when they
were.
traded for him. No,
You
it's just
still wouldn't
stupid.
do it. It's just bad business. Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Rumored for a while now, official, the Jets put out a statement to officially declare parting ways with Aaron Rodgers. A 41-year-old, 1 year left on his contract, but instead of eating the $49 million off the cap this year, it appears Gang Green's going to use the post-June 1st designation. Means it's going to cost him $14 million this year, $35 million in 2026. Unclear if Rodgers intends to continue his career. Marcus Stroman appears to be the odd man out for the Yankee rotation, while also part of the trade rumors through the entire offseason. Now, 33-year-old's obviously not happy and not at camp for the first 2 workouts, but technically doesn't have to actually report until February 22nd. Mads hoping Francisco Alvarez could take that next step this year, but Carlos Mendoza understands bumps are going to be part of the game. As the 4 nations face off, headed towards the end of the first period, USA and Finland even at 1. 40 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, and it's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Moving right along here. Thanks for listening to my show. I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody watching. We had around 900 people watching live. We're at 888 right now. That's a good omen. 888. 888-808-1019. Growing up, my favorite number was 8. Playing quarterback as a little boy all the way through high school, I wore the Ocho. Keith McPherson on the fan. We got to get these calls in on the Yankees facial hair policy. It is what it is. It does not matter. None of us have the power to make the Yankees do anything. And none of the players want to be the player to have any type of issue or problem with the organization by bringing up anything. They all do fall in line. But you do hear stories about Don Mattingly or Thurman Munson. And I just know there's going to be a free agent or someone they trade for down the line. Especially, like I said, I lean into these younger kids, Gen Z. There's going to be a Gen Z baseball player that when we get older is just known for his look and his swag and his aura. We have basketball players and football players that paint their nails now. And as much as people want to talk about Ryan Williams from Alabama, and him painting his nails, he's got 200, not 200, he's got $2.3 million in NIL deals. He's a rich freshman football player that now has an NIL deal with a nail polish company, and he just put out a commercial painting his nails. It's accepted. Jared McCain, who played for Duke, shot the lights out, gets drafted by the Philadelphia 76ers. He's huge on TikTok. He dances and he paints his nails. He plays basketball with red, white, and blue nail paint on. They call him the Zesty Hooper. He's accepted. You know what I'm saying? These kids are rocking with him. So I'm telling you, in 10, 15, 20 years, what happens? I mean, I guess nail polish would be fine, right? We've had some catchers wear nail polish. But what happens in 10, 15 years where there's a long-haired baseball player or a guy that's beard gang that has deals with brands and a social media presence, and like that is a part of his image, his aura, his moxie, his swag, his being? What will the Yankees do with the facial hair policy when they have to, be challenged by a player that they need to win? Larry is in Freehold, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Larry? I'm good. Thank you very much.
Just follow that type of path. It's the old school facial hair policy. It's just not in anymore. And
It's outdated. A lot of the response that I heard online, I have people in the military that are like, hey, they're letting us grow our beards. Because I said, it's pro ball. It's not the military. And I had a couple people say, hey, even in the military, they're giving us the freedom to like grow out our beards a bit. It's not a hill worth dying on. It's not something that they, are really looking at anymore. Like there was a time where people were judged because of their tattoos. There are literally laws in place now in the workplace where you can't be discriminated for your natural hair. It's just where we have gotten to as a society.
Yep, and I agree with you. And it's a thing of the past, in my opinion. And there's there's some old timers that believe in it. And I'm an old soul myself, but I just feel it's just one of those things. You just gotta be put in the bag and move on, and just go from there and just allow it. It's just not worth losing good players over.
Thanks for the call, Larry, and filling me in on police departments. And I know the Yankees are not the police, the Yankees are not the military, but like exactly, it's baseball, it's a game, it's entertainment. We talk so much about the Yankees not having a City Connect uniform, right? Last night I was talking about Candelita, and this will give me an opportunity to speak on Jose Iglesias and Nick Castellanos saying that guy should have been the National League MVP, and JD Martinez going on the podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman talking about how when he came up with the Mets last year, they were both in the minors. And when he got to the Mets, he told Carlos Mendoza, hey, you got to bring this guy up. He's a chatter guy. He's got a lot of energy. He talks, he dances, he's got a song. Like, if you want to change the vibes around here, that's the type of veteran, that's the type of energy you need in this clubhouse. He said once they brought him up and they won, joking around, they played OMG in the clubhouse, and guys liked it, and they're like, that's you. And next thing you know, it became a catchy theme song, and then the signs get made, and it becomes a home run celebration. The Yankees don't have a home run celebration. Are they not allowed? Or at least they don't have a prop. Are they not allowed to celebrate home runs? They hit a lot of them. Are they not allowed to have something? Like the Seattle Mariners have a trident. Shohei Ohtani, when he was with the Angels, they had a samurai helmet. The Blue Jays have a stupid jacket that they put on. In Detroit, they have a literal sponsorship with Little Caesars Pizza, and they have the Little Caesars pizza that they celebrate with. If you watch baseball, right? Like there are a bunch of different things like that, but it's like the Yankees are too buttoned up to have anything like that. Well, like I don't understand what it does. Like being buttoned up and disciplined, I leaned into last night. Okay, you're buttoned up and disciplined. You have all these rules. You used to make the team travel wearing sport coats and suits. They don't do that anymore. That's what George wanted. And, that's not a thing. And then, you talk about being disciplined and the team and everybody falling in line. Brian Cashman just told us that they traded for Jazz Chisholm to play second base. And Gleyber Torres went to the media and told the media, I'm a second baseman. I'm not changing positions. And so Aaron Boone acquiesced, and they put Jazz Chisholm at third base for the first time for a team that is trying to win the World Series. So, like, you can't make Gleyber play third base, but you can make everybody shave their face. Wellesley is in Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Wellesley?
What's up, my K-Mac? How you doing, bro?
Hanging out, watching some hockey, talking to everybody, having a good time.
The facial hair thing. Listen, I don't give a fuck, to be honest.
I really don't care either. It's just a good, conversation.
And but I just want to give you a little bit of a gift that I that I'm doing for you, because you are a class act. But it goes a little something like this: Team Mac attack the radio, Mike like stall back, thinking he's a throwback. He'll get you right with sports stats. It could be continued, brother.
Thanks for the call, Wellesley. We got to get Austin Wells to be called Wellesley by Aaron Boone, so Wellesley from Connecticut can feel like he's got that part of the team. Bam, 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 bam. We got people rapping on the show. I'm due for some bars. I don't have the time, man. When I leave here, I got to try and sleep. I got to try and work out. I got to try and put a show together. I got to try and be a dad. I got to try and be a husband. And I get all these people, yo, when are you going to rap? I'm like, not for nothing. I was doing those raps every Friday for the NFL picks, and that was a stretch. I'm on rap hiatus. I'm on a little break. But when you least expect it, one time the beat is going to play from a rejoin, and I'm just rap for like 60 seconds about whatever, Sal is in Garfield, New Jersey. Sal, you're on the Fan. Tell us something.
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
I'm good.
I'm an old soul. I'm 65 years old, and I believe that sports are going down the tubes, especially baseball. With the long hair, these guys that play well with their hair down the middle of their backs, I can't stand it. Not only ain't everybody, the whole league, they should have their hair cut for their college. The professional ball players making millions of dollars. They want to friggin' explain themselves. They got the whole off season to have their hair down to their rear end. When they're playing ball, they should be dressed like professionals. The sports jacket to the airport, you're representing the team, you're representing the league. Dress like a man, act like a man. Could you imagine Mickey Mantle, Ted Williams, these guys walk around with head down in that, nails polished. They look like a bunch of sweethearts. It's like you're watching girls softball. That's number one.
Thanks for the call, Sal. I don't know where you're going to go next. I don't know where you're going to go next. I wasn't alive when Mickey Mantle was playing. It was a different time. I understand. We need some more hard-nosed men out here. We need some mans. We need some testosterone, some masculinity out here. But I see the world around me and I understand it. I see the world changing around me and I get it. And there is much more of that than what you just heard from Sal. It is what it is. 888-808-1019. To tell, and I think you said explain yourself, but you mean express themselves, right? If they want to express themselves, that's part of the game now, right? We're talking about guys flipping bats. We're talking about guys having different color cleats and gloves. And I talked about that last night. The Yankees, they did start to bend a little bit. The team is allowed to have seafoam green accents, and Jazz Chisholm is allowed to come in with a green belt and pink glove, and that's okay. And they told Jazz, be who you are, right? They told Jazz, don't change. We want you to be comfortable. We want you to be yourself. Well, what if Devin Williams, who you need to get the last 3 outs of every game to feel comfortable, to be himself, ideally, he needs to have a little bit of a beard. But he's not going to push back against that. And I said, you know what? I think I took a stance on this because I got to hang out with Devin Williams for a few minutes at American Dream at the Hall of Fame signings Pinstripe Pride event, and seeing how much of a dog he is on the mound, but then getting to hang out with him, he's soft-spoken, he's humble, he's quiet as kept. He is not very outward. He's not an extrovert. And I almost felt bad for the guy. I'm like, man, this is cruel. This guy has had this beard for so long. It is almost cruel that he's got to shave it and like become a different version of himself, and maybe not the best version of himself. And we need the best version of himself. So, yeah. Tony's up in Montreal in the fan. What's up, Tony?
I'm not gonna rap for you. I could do it in French though, but at the pain. Listen, I love the long hair, guys. I'm 65. I've been following baseball. I had a beard when I was 17. I had a mustache when I was going through college. I played hockey with a mustache. I had a good time. I have long hair. My favorite player was a guy that played for WHA. Was Derek Sanderson. He was the first kind of like, you know, fad kind of guy, a playboy kind of guy with long hair, handlebar mustache. And I just want to throw back a bit. Custer, when he fought, he had long blonde hair. He had a big handlebar mustache. No one didn't call him a man, you know. And you talk about the military that the legal beards go. Finley out in the Oakland Athletics had his whole team, Joe Rudy, with long hair and beards. And if I remember well, Billy Martin had a little mustache too when he was managing. And so did Thurman Munson. I believe that Reggie had a little thing going on too. So I don't see how that impacts. If you can hit 50 home runs, 40 home runs, and you happen to have a little bit of longer hair and you have this little attitude about it, I'm fine with that. That shows individualism. And when I was coaching, and I coached all the way from the 70s all the way up, and you grow as a manager and a coach. I like to grow with my players. I want to be connected to my players. I don't want to be like a stodgy old cigar sitting on the top of a shelf. I want to be with the boys, and I want to be part of that, and I want to feel connected. And I think that you're right. Society changed, and so is baseball players, and so are hockey players. If not for Derek Sanderson, they'd all be short hair. And Derek Sanderson took a lot of beatings for that when he went to the Bruins and when he went to the Rangers. But he's still an icon. He was my favorite player, bro.
Thanks for the call, Tony. And I mean, that was a lot, and I've cleared the conversation on facial hair and the Yankees hair policy. I'd like to move on from it and close it with this. It's not changing. The Yankees are not changing. They've done it for years, and you know, there are 29 teams in the New York Yankees. They can march to the beat of their own drum. They can do things differently. They don't have to fold or change for anybody. Juan Soto wants a suite. No, you don't get a suite. This is how we've done things forever. When the time comes that somebody does challenge the beard policy, it's not going to be so that they can look like, you know, a long-haired, long beard. It's just going to be, you know, gradual. And that's where I feel like we need to go next. Somewhat of a beard and stubble, not James Harden's beard. Some hair length, but like it's like the type of thing, you know it when you see it. If it's too much, you know it when you see it. It's not disrespecting anybody. It's not unprofessional. It is letting men actually be men and letting these guys express themselves and look how they want to look and be comfortable out there. If you can let these guys wear different color sliding mitts and gloves and cleats and that's not uniform, then having everybody uniform, shaving their face, which is so much more personal because like they leave with that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I talked about Rougned Odor and his daughter not recognizing him. They leave with that. You know, they got to go home with the baby face. They got to go home with that. And I just think that there are players out there that would actually speak out if they do change it and express how happy they are that the Yankees change it. I know my guy Cameron Maben was doing a lot of campaigning. Cameron Maben actually was kind of upset because he was like, hey, I mentioned this last year, right? I'll read his tweet so we can kind of close this. He said, I'm confused. I'm seeing so many diehard Yankee fans. And I think he was specifically talking about me and my guy, Joe's McFly, because he could have put the screenshot up without including our replies. But he's saying, I'm seeing so many diehard Yankee fans complaining about Devin Williams and the facial hair policy. But when I mentioned players talking about how they were not a fan of it, I was killed. and he goes back to 2023, December 7th, and he says, this might be an unpopular take to Yankee fans, but you'd be surprised how much more attractive the Yankees would be if they got rid of that facial hair rule. You wouldn't believe how many quality players just think it's a whack rule to have. I mean, come on. We're coming up on 2024. Let that go already. And I swear it would be more appealing. Again, this only comes from conversations I've had and experience from actually playing. This is somebody that was a Yankee, was in that clubhouse. This is a guy that played so many seasons and for a few different teams and is so connected with players in the league. He ain't just making it up. He isn't a fan talking. He's a former player talking. He's a commentator talking. And he's someone that's speaking from actual experience with this. It sounds better coming from him. There will come a time that the Yankees have to bend the rules and let guys grow their beard hair out a little bit instead of just telling them, nope, this is the way it's always been. You have to conform. You have to fall in line. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we got to talk about Aaron Rodgers, the 2 years of Aaron Rodgers, the end of Aaron Rodgers, how the Jets signed off with Aaron Rodgers, what they do next. And now we have two teams in this city that have no idea really what they're going to do at the most important position on the field, right? The quarterback wins MVP. The quarterback wins Super Bowl MVP. If you don't have that guy, you don't have anything. There's a rumor out there about Matthew Stafford being traded to the Giants. When we come back, we'll play the audio of Colin Cowherd putting this rumor out there, and we'll take your calls on the Jets, on the Giants, and still any calls that I have left about the Yankees and their lineup construction and where guys are playing, and even a little bit more on Alex Bregman and the Red Sox and, you know, how I think the Red Sox are looking this year. Keith McPherson on the Fan, halfway through another 5-hour KM to AM. We'll be back right after this. Let's see here. I got so many tabs open, yo. Hold on. I got to find the tab that I'm even streaming on. I got a lot of tweets, but haven't gotten to them. I will answer tweets later tonight when I'm done. Let me go back to the chat. Yo, send questions in the chat on YouTube, Twitch, X, or Instagram. BR Break. BRB.
discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too. We thought the problem was our puppy. But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes. So it's gentle on your skin. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. It's one
All right, yo. I knew I could count on Pam. If I ask for questions, I knew I could count on Pam to come through. Keith, you enjoy your day off, Keith, and happy Valentine's to you. That's not even a question. How about I say, let me adjust and see here. I know some people might not be able to write in the chat. We have almost 1,200 people watching. Let me check platforms and see. Let me check Instagram. Am I still live on Instagram? Or am I not? I might not be live on Instagram. No, I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on YouTube and Facebook. So whatever platform you like to be on, we're there. Pam, also, happy Valentine's Day to you and your husband as well. We're about to start talking some football, though. Let me see. I want to read the Aaron Rodgers farewell thing. Last week we met with Aaron and shared. I'll wait. I'll read it on air, so I'm not reading it twice. All right, here we go. All right. Yeah, buddy. Still rolling. Let's get back into it. 888-808-1019. It's still 1-1 with about 14 minutes left in the second period. United States versus Finland in the Four Nations face-off. Opened up the show talking about Marcus Stroman and how all the conversation around him is much about nothing. He could potentially show up Saturday, and who cares? He's a non-factor on the team. It's pretty much a wrap. It's over. But I understand if you want to hate just to hate and you want to talk down on the guy, you're going to do that and you have the right to. I don't mind the guy spending a little extra time with his family, his son, and, not being there to watch other guys throw bullpen sessions. Of course, we got into the conversation around the Yankees that we've been having for months. Who's going to lead off? How confident are we in our internal options for third base? Are the Yankees now going to trade for Nolan Arenado? Because if you're paying attention, the Boston Red Sox, they kind of went for it this offseason. They know, right? They have this Netflix documentary coming out, or this Netflix series coming out April 8th. I think they're in line to host the All-Star game in 3 years. They're trying to get their fans back into it. The American League is so wide open, they say, it's a guarantee that the Yankees are just going back to the World Series. So, of course, Boston has something to say about that. They go and add Alex Bregman last night, and many Yankee fans are calling for the Yankees to counter, to respond, and I don't think the Yankees are going to respond. I just think the Yankees are just going to go with what they got. But I could be wrong. Jason Dominguez to lead off, Jazz Chisholm to lead off, Cody Bellinger to lead off, Volpe to lead off, Judge to lead off. The outfield set up with Bellinger in center instead of left, Dominguez in left instead of center. Who's going to be the backup catcher? No questions about the rotation and the depth with the bullpen and the pitching that the Yankees have, they've got too many arms ready for the games to start so we could actually see. And now that it's 9:30 and we're on the second half of my show, we got to talk a little football. I know we're over it. I know the Jets and Giants seasons were miserable, and here we are again talking about an unknown future, a GM and a head coach that are really on the hot seat and have to have a magnificent offseason, and a brand new GM and head coach that are off to a pretty hot start as far as blazing their own trail, creating their own culture, and moving away from a polarizing figure in Aaron Rodgers. So let's start with the Giants. Let's start with Colin Cowherd and what he said today on his show in regards to the number 3 overall pick and the rumors you've been hearing about Matthew Stafford since the Giants hired his brother-in-law, Chad Hall, a wide receivers coach that'll now be the Giants quarterback coach. And since everybody heard Kelly Stafford talk about wanting respect for her husband and being up for an adventure, and maybe it's time for them to leave LA, and whatever. Let's play Colin Cowherd talking about what he knows as far as a potential trade between the Rams and the Giants.
Yesterday I was talking to a longtime NFL exec, and he said this is not crazy, okay? The Rams like Matt Stafford, but they're tiring of the constant quarterback talk, his wife saying things publicly. They're not real happy with Cooper Kupp. Going public was something they tried to keep quiet. They're kind of over Cooper Kupp, and with that, a little bit Matt Stafford. They like him, but they don't want to restructure his deal and give him a big contract. Meanwhile, the Giants do not like the quarterback class, and Brian Dable, the head coach, and Joe Shane, the GM, have got to win or they'll be fired by Thanksgiving. They're going to get run out of the building, because if they don't have a quarterback, Washington now is big time. Philadelphia will steamroll them. The Packers, the Bears, the Rams, NFC's getting better. And the Giants have some good players. So they are going to make a move, I believe, on Matt Stafford. And the first person to talk about this on the air was J-Mac. I'm going to give him credit on this. He was like 5 days ago. So what the Rams want, I'm told, they want the Giants' first-round pick at number 3. So they probably want a first, a second, a first, a third, but you got to pay Stafford. If you're the Giants, you have to give him a new deal. They'll probably get a first and a fourth, but let's just talk about that number 3 pick. The Rams want that number 3 pick in the draft because they're drafting way later. They want to take that pick, move down, and get more picks. Why? So they have extra picks for next year when they have to move up to get a quarterback. So what the Rams will be in the market for if Matt Stafford moves is a 1 to 2 year rental at quarterback.
Okay, I've heard enough. 888-808-1019. So a few things. The number 3 overall pick that the New York Giants certainly earned this year. If you ask me, there's no way in God's green earth that they can trade that pick for a 36-year-old quarterback who has played his entire career indoors, who is starting to wear his welcome out because his wife has a podcast and she takes their pillow talk to the internet. A guy that would come here for a team that is nowhere near being ready to win, with the toughest strength of schedule in the NFL, the longest odds to win the Super Bowl. I don't even have to say anything else. That just sounds preposterous. Colin Cowherd is great, though. I think he announced a move. He's leaving LA or something, and he's got his Volume Network, and they're doing some big things. They're signing hip hop podcasts now. They just brought in Rory and Mal's podcast. So shout out to Colin Cowherd. But like for any Giants fan listening to that, the number 3 pick could be, let's not even say Shedeur Sanders, and we'll play some new music from Shedeur Sanders, who may be the fill-in for Candelita in New York. We lose one music star, we got another one potentially in the making. But obviously, we know at number 3, you could draft Shedeur Sanders. You could draft Abdul Carter there. You could draft Travis Hunter there. Maybe you draft Cam Ward there. Maybe you trade back. And I would not play with the Rams. They are hella good at finding gems in the draft in the later rounds. That's what they do. I would not play around with a potential Matthew Stafford. No, I just think there's no way that the Giants, like the Giants that we just talked about, their head coach and GM that can be fired by Thanksgiving, Matthew Stafford is old. He's been hurt plenty of times in his career. You give up the number 3 pick for him and he gets hurt week 4, you don't make it to Thanksgiving. 888-808-1019. So I hope we eventually stop this. I think that the Rams will figure out a way to bring Stafford back because they've been a playoff team. Like, they won a Super Bowl with him. They've got young talent. They're not going anywhere yet. I understand they want to move away from Cooper Kupp. They're not a package deal, Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford. Maybe their wives hang out. So what? But I don't think there's any way that the Giants are entertaining that. And I also think it's cap to say that the Giants don't like this quarterback class. They better like it. They better pick somebody. They better find one guy they like and go after him. And now for the Jets, man, the way they signed off with Aaron Rodgers, like obviously we heard on Super Bowl Sunday that like Aaron Rodgers is not coming back. And then I think it was Tuesday we heard, the deal breaker was that he wanted to continue doing Pat McAfee. And, he probably has an ayahuasca trip already planned for this summer where he's not going to be at all the mini camps. So new regime comes in. They got to establish their, dominance and authority and voice. Ooh, I'm watching this 4 Nations game. This get a little chippy. The guys just jumped onto the ice to give this guy from Finland some. The Jets put out a tweet: "For everything you've given us the past 2 years, thank you, 8. Shout out to Coach Latrella who calls, and he starts his calls. He calls me 8. Everything you've given us the past 2 years, anxiety, depression, nausea, heartburn, indigestion." The Jets crack me up, man. Like, I know it's a new head coach, a new GM, but just like, I don't know, maybe someone else does their social media. But anyway, they also have the, joint statement from Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji. Last week, we met with Aaron and shared that our intention was to move in a different direction at quarterback. It was important to have this discussion now to provide clarity, enable each of us the proper time to plan for our respective futures. We want to thank him for the leadership, passion, and dedication he brought to the organization and wish him success moving forward. Okay. But like, he didn't bring that to you guys. You guys were just high and by. And I guess you had to do right by him, in-person meeting. But there's a lot of folks that are saying that this is a Woody Johnson decision. From when we heard in The Athletic that Woody Johnson wanted him benched week 4, that him and Woody Johnson aren't on good terms. So Woody Johnson also put out a statement. He said, "I personally want to thank Aaron for his time at the New York Jets. His arrival in 2023 was met with unbridled excitement, and I will forever be grateful that he chose to join us to continue his Hall of Fame career. From day one, he embodied all that it meant to be a New York Jet, embraced our fans, and immersed himself in our city. That is what I will remember most when I look back at his time here. He will always be welcome, and I will wish him only the best in whatever he chooses to do next." So you won't remember any of the moments on the field, really. And I don't know, it's an interesting end and send off from the Jets. They better have a plan B. They absolutely better have a plan B. Mario, Long Beach, back on the fan. What's up, man?
What's going on, my friend?
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. I got a comment about the Jets. But I'm a Jets fan. You like tennis at all?
No, I can't say that I've really gotten into tennis much. I've been to...
About tennis, though, that's different than any other sport. It's very difficult. You gotta play by yourself. It's international, so you're in different time zones. You're never at home. There's no time limit on a match. I've seen matches 5 hours. You got to play 5 hours. And the greatest thing about it, you get no prima donna. You know why?
Why?
You don't. If you don't play, you don't get paid.
Yeah, the checks don't come in.
One of them. You can't sit down and say, "I got a $50 million contract, my back hurts, I'm going to sit home for a month and get full pay." It's going to go that way, So,
yeah, I mean, all respect to it. I've been to the U.S. Open one time. I'm not a big tennis guy. I never played. Couldn't tell you too much about, any tennis. But go on.
Yeah, but go ahead. In terms of the Jets, What I think I would do is I like Justin Fields. I think they should have went after him rather than when they went after the quarterback.
Zach Wilson.
Wilson, yeah. So I think he's just obtainable. So what I would do is I would bring him in, and I will let Taylor start. And I would do what they did. You remember what they did? I don't know. I'm a little bit older than you, but you remember what Drew Brees did with he had Tyson Hill there too. Bring him in on packages too. When he's Tyrod Taylor starting, let him go for short yards, do other things to get in a running quarterback. Let him get used to playing a little bit, and then maybe a transition to him. Listen, the future of the NFL is the running quarterback. Look at what we got: Hurts, running quarterback; Lamar Jackson, running quarterback; Daniels, running quarterback;
Joe Burrow.
quarterback.
Thanks for the call, Mary. I was joking. Smoking on that Joe Burrow pack. The future of the NFL is running quarterbacks because these defensive linemen run 4-4. Can't be a sitting duck. Yeah, I know. Lamar, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. Why'd I skip Jalen Hurts? He's the reigning Super Bowl MVP, and he did a good job running the ball. I'll say this, man. Justin Fields would be great on either side of New York. I think it's obvious he's got to come to New York, kill two birds with one stone, meet with the Jets, meet with the Giants. And yeah, I wouldn't say you give Tyrod the starting job. Maybe you give him the first string reps, but you have them compete. Tyrod is 35 years old. He's a veteran. And you see who wins the job. And even if Tyrod wins the job, yeah, sure. You just saw they had packages for Justin Fields with Russell Wilson, short yardage, some runs, some goal line stuff. I could dig it. I could see it. The Jets have to win now. The Giants have to win now. And it's just hard on February 13th to envision how they win in this league without a quarterback. All the teams that win have that guy. 888-808-1019. So now we're taking your calls on the Jets, on the Giants. Conversation around the Matthew Stafford trade for the number 3 overall pick that the Giants have. Conversation around the Jets sending off Aaron Rodgers, and they know they're not going to find another Hall of Famer quarterback anywhere around here, anywhere in the league. But I think that they've got to really just blaze their own trail, and they can't have a guy who's bigger than the head coach and his voice and his presence in the room. And they'll figure out some kind of way to have a quarterback that's 1 of 53. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. We'll be right back. All right. All right, we got the most people in the chat, but nobody chatting. So what's up, chat? Somebody let me know where you're watching from. I think Justin Fields would be great in Brian Daboll's offense. If he comes to the Giants, all those design runs, yeah. And it'd be such a threat to have Justin Fields, Tyrone Tracy, Theo Johnson, Malik Neighbors. Pick your poison. Marlboro, New Jersey, home of the Mustangs. I don't think we ever played them in football. I had a couple track meets there. I played football with this kid, Rodney Solomon, that went to school there. If you look at my Twitter and you scroll down to the picture of me that I said, like, this is from JMU, where we're watching the Giants beat the Cowboys, the girl I'm sitting next to in the picture is from Marlboro, Erin. What up, Nick? Patchogue in the house. Where is that? I'm a Jersey guy. I really only know the city, Brooklyn, the Bronx. I don't know anything upstate. I don't know anything in New York State for real. I get calls from all over New York, and I'm just like, where is it? I never heard of that. I know everywhere in Jersey. Not everywhere in New York, though. But appreciate you watching. Keith McPherson on the Fan, KM to AM, yada, yada, yada. Make sure you guys check out the website during the break. I don't know if that link, I don't even know if you can click that link. Let me see. Let's see if this link goes. Little milkshake website. Same thing. It's just a redirect. I am live on air at the world famous WFAN. The Fan in New York. Ridgewood, Queens, New York. Queens, get the money. All right. Shout out to Ben, the Sports Pod. If you're on YouTube, make sure you guys subscribe to the Sports Pod. My guy, Ben. Let's see what the calls say. Probably can't see. So the calls coming up are Yankees fan likes Bregman to the Sox. Big fan of Oswaldo Cabrera. Matthew Stafford to the Giants makes sense for a 4th round pick. The Jets and Giants key issue is the O-line. Matthew Stafford and Kupp for the Giants 3rd overall pick. I wouldn't be doing that. You got to get younger. It's a young man's game. They're not ready to win. They're not ready to win. I'm not trading for guys that the Rams won a Super Bowl with 4 years ago. 3 years ago. I'm not doing that. Let's see. I wanted to read. The Yankees gave tours of their new facilities. A tour of the new Steinbrenner Field player and staff facilities, most of which were constructed during the 2024-2025 offseason, are housed in a new structure located between the first base side of the stadium and Field 2. The most recent phase of construction, yada, yada, yada. Like, I want to know exactly what they have. State-of-the-art renovation and expansion of player, field, and staff baseball operation facilities, remodeled, relocated, and expanded areas which feature best-in-class equipment include the weight room, medical and training staff, female locker room, indoor-outdoor dining area, family lounge. Additionally, there are new player and staff multi-purpose meeting rooms and a new dedicated clubhouse kitchen and new offices to accommodate members of the baseball operations department. I got to see this. When I go down, I got to see if Boone will let me pull up, bro. For real. I probably won't be allowed because it's going to be all the players in there by the time I get there. Additionally, this offseason, other improvements include a complete renovation of the visiting clubhouse, which were made around the ballpark in advance of the Tampa Bay Rays' use of the facility during the 2025 Major League Baseball regular season. Yeah, so when we come back, I'm going to mention that too. My nose is mad itchy, yo. I feel like I got my allergies triggered. I keep a whole first aid jump off with me. Let me see. Do I have like some nasal spray or something, bro? I don't think I got no nasal spray. I got some Zyrtec. Freaking cough drops. Advil. Nah, bro. I need something. Hit the inhaler for the breathing. Nah, I gotta write a note. I should have some nasal spray in here. Something to get me right, bro. I can't take no Zyrtec right now. I gotta drive home. I gotta drive home at 12. All right, so I got something to segue into Bregman, Yankees, and then we'll talk football. Okay, quickly here. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'm going to take a couple calls, and then we got to go to the 10 p.m. break and update. Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to get in on the football conversation. We're about to start talking about the New York quarterback search and some other needs for both the Jets and the Giants, potential trades, potential draft picks, all that good stuff coming up in this next hour. Let me try to get my last two Yankee calls out of the way. Something I did want to read. Shout out to the New York Yankees for keeping me in the loop. I'm not a reporter. I'm not a journalist, but I am part of the media. I do get these emails. And I was like, man, I wish I could have been down there today for the debut of the new renovations. So the Yankees completely flipped their spring training facility. And good for the Tampa Bay Rays, who that will be their ballpark. Crazy enough, right? The Yankees work on all these upgrades, and then a storm tears up Trashicana Field, and now the Rays are the beneficiaries. I know, and they're paying $15 million. Shout out to my boy Alex. After he saw all the videos online, he's like, we might need another $5 million. So the Yankees now have state-of-the-art renovations, and they've expanded their player, field staff, and baseball operations facilities. They remodeled, relocated, and expanded the best-in-class equipment area, the weight room, medical and training facilities, female locker room, indoor-outdoor dining area, and the family lounge. Additionally, there are new player and staff multi-purpose meeting rooms, a new dedicated clubhouse kitchen, and new offices to accommodate members of the baseball operations department. If you follow any of the beat writers, any of the reporters, I follow them all. They were getting an opportunity to get a tour today, and I was extremely jealous. I'm like, I want to go. But then I saw something that was like, this is the last day that media will be allowed to walk through, because once all the players report, they're going to be in there. So shout out to the Yankees. You know, they can make guys shave their facial hair, because if you want access to this state-of-the-art renovations and all of these things, from the weight room to the hot tubs to the dining hall to the meeting rooms, you got to shave the beard to come in here. And I would. Honestly, I would. 888-808-1019. My guy Ben in Connecticut is back on the Fan.
I'm going, Keith. I'm actually going down to that spring training facility you talk about in a couple of weeks. Can't wait.
Yeah, I won't get down there till the week of March 17th. I just got some other things I got to handle. And I've gone down there so many years where it's still cold. I know it's actually kind of warm down there now. I don't like going down there when it's cold. Like, what's the point of leaving the cold and then going down there wearing hoodies? Like, I want to go to the beach. I want to be in the pool. I want to, you know what I'm saying? I want to, like, wear a T-shirt.
Totally. I've been down there where it's a swing and a miss, and other times where it's great. But, you know, I got baseball fever, man. I'm a huge Yankee fan, and like you, I go to a ton of games every year. I'll probably be, 40 games this year. So I'm the kind of guy, like, I love the regular season. Like, I'm not one of those fans where it's like, obviously we're Yankee fans, so it is World Series or bust, but it's not like I don't have a good time the whole season. I do. My eyes are on the next game ahead. And that's why, about Bregman to the Red Sox, I'm actually kind of excited about it. I just think it adds a little more juice to the rivalry, which has been dormant for a little while. Recently at the stadium the last couple of years, maybe you agree with me, Yankees, Red Sox, it's always fun, obviously, but it's living off the old days still. And this kind of adds a little extra spark this year. We get to boo Bregman a little bit, and the Sox actually have a pretty good lineup, man. I mean, their top 4 or 5 hitters in that lineup are good. They got a couple big prospects that they hope to come up this year. So, I think this adds a lot of juice, and I think Yankee Red Sox games will be back, and, I can't be more excited for it.
Good call, Ben, and especially you being up there in Connecticut. You're in closer proximity to some of those dirty water fans. I'm down for it. I don't, I'm not someone that like isn't into the rivalry. It is what it is. Here's a projected lineup. I'll say this about the Red Sox series. It's a premium series. There are always hella casuals at that series. Like, I used to avoid the Red Sox series and the Mets series because there's just a bunch of people that want to go there and like start fights and like, and they don't know anybody coming out of the bullpen. They just want to wear a Red Sox hat. They want to wear a Yankees hat and talk trash to somebody. And there's a lot of riffraff. And I used to sit up in the 400 level, 300 level, and it could get crazy up there. Let's see. United States just took the lead with 2:56 left in the second period. The United States goes up 2-1 in the Four Nations face-off. Projected lineup for the Boston Red Sox. Leading off in left field, Jarren Duran. Batting second, playing third base, probably going to DH some. Rafael Garrett Cole, who's your daddy, Devers. Batting third, boo, cheater, trash can banger. Playing second base like he's Dustin Pedroia, Alex Bregman. Batting fourth, playing first base, Tristan Casas. Batting fifth, playing shortstop, Trevor Story. Batting sixth, the DH, Masataka Yoshida. Batting seventh, Wilyer Abreu in right field. Batting eighth and catching, Connor Wong. And batting ninth, playing center field, Ceddanne Rafaela. I guess. Their pitching scares me more than their lineup. Top of that lineup is what it is. Maybe the rivalry comes back. Let me sneak in this last call before we break. Jimmy and Forked River, you got it.
Hey, I just wanted to say on the air one more time, Pete Alonso. I don't think I ever heard a name said more often than that last week. And more importantly, how about the fact that we look at the Yankees as having class? It's a first-class organization, always has been, always will be. Sure, they'll bend a little bit with the culture. And I'm a 69-year-old man, but I'm not cranky. But I look at that franchise as always being a first-class thing.
Sure. No disrespect to the people with beards. We think you have class as well.
But maybe it's an image. And I mean, it's about everything that they do. Like we just heard about the spring training facility. That kind of thing would make me want to be a Yankee. And then I wanted to also let you know, I'm the president of the Marco Belletti fan club, and you and I met down in the Stone Pony with Paul O'Neill. So it's just great to be on the air with you.
Oh, yeah, I remember, because, I mean, not everybody is, calling out Marco Belletti's name, and I'm a big Marco Belletti fan as well whenever Marco is on. Marco's in here. Whenever Marco is on, I tune in. I try to promote his shows. There are not that many Yankee fans here. Marco represents us very well. Thanks for the call, Jim. We're up against it. We got a break. 888-808-1019. When we come back, I think we'll get an update from Marco Belletti. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. BRB. Hilarious that the Yanks will be a visitor in their own complex against the Rays. So, of course, the visitor clubhouse needed to be improved. It is kind of funny, right? The funnier thing is, the Tampa Bay Rays are so poverty, and their ballpark is ass. I've never been there. I've been to Tampa a bunch of times for spring training. I've never gone down there because I've never wanted to go to Tropicana. I did like the cowbell in there, the catwalk in there, just is ass. But it's kind of funny that they're so poverty, and Mother Nature has made it so they have to play in the Yankees spring training facility, and they're going to pay the Yankees $15 million this year. They're paying DJ LeMahieu's salary this year. So when you think about it like that, like the Rays are paying DJ LeMahieu's salary this year to play their home games in George M. Steinbrenner Field. It's like one of those things I kind of want to see. I kind of want to go down there for it. I kind of want to see when it happens. Like some years ago, there was a storm, I think in Tampa, where the Yankees played the Rays in Citi Field. And I went to that just because I'm like, this is rare. This never happens. That's when the thumbs down guy became a thing. I don't know what year that was, and I forget what the storm was, but for some reason they couldn't play in Tampa, and they couldn't give the Yankees an extra home series against a division rival, and Queens became the neutral site. So yeah, I would like to see it. I'd like to see how this all plays out. And I'm going to spring training March 17th. I'm going to find a way to weasel my way into this new renovated area. It looks sweet. We should ask them to pay for Stroman's. We should ask them to pay for Stroman's contract too. Yeah, one of my boys, Alex, was like, after the new renovations, they should tack on another $5 million, tack on another $18 million for Stroman. Then, I mean, the Rays, they don't have money. They'll forfeit the season. They'll say, we're out. We can't. Now they have the money. They just don't spend the money on their roster. They draft, they develop, they make little deals. It's kind of funny, right? The guy that they chose to pay, Wander Franco, huge mistake. Out of all the guys that they wanted to give like a big deal to, a Fernando Tatis length deal, a Bobby Witt Jr. length deal, Wander Franco. Wander Franco, we will never see again. All right, let me see something here. I'm just trying to find the story was trying to find a story on the 1960 Cardinals and why they had to break away from their spring training facility and make a new one because they were facing a lot of just racism. But I can't find the actual story. It's something I watched on a movie.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shah at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Aaron Rodgers' acquisition was met with so much optimism. In the end, 2 years of disappointment that led to the Jets to once again have to turn the page. Jets putting out the official statement saying they're moving on from the future Hall of Famer who still has a year left on his contract. So we'll see if Rodgers resurfaces elsewhere while the Jets need to figure out what direction they want to go. Now, it appears they don't want to swallow whole the cap hit of $49 million for this year. Instead, likely spreading it out over the next 2 seasons, $14 million this year, $35 million for 2026. Yankees have made it pretty obvious they're trying to rid themselves of Marcus Stroman and his $18 million contract, but no trade in the offseason has now made spring training awkward for the 33-year-old, and he was not at camp for the first 2 workouts, but Aaron Boone wasn't exactly blindsided.
Couple days, but nothing changed with, what I said to you guys, where he's at mentally, physically. I certainly get how it.
Four nations face off. You got Team USA in front of Finland 2-1 as they're done with 2 periods. 39 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park, and that's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Jimmy from Forked River called in. Do you know what Jimmy from Forked River?
Yeah.
He gave you a compliment. I met him at Stone Pony and we talked about you. Yeah. He just called right before the break. I'm like, oh, after this break, we'll get a Marco Belletti update. Hello. A little bit after 10 p.m. Still here. Your boy KM on the fan. You heard? Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to talk a little football now. Got the Yankee talk out of the way. At some point, we'll get more into the Mets and Jose Iglesias and Nick Madrigal taking the jersey right off his back. And Francisco Alvarez, hey, you're going to be on Old Takes Exposed, bro. Just take it easy. I know everybody's excited. Spring training is upon us. Getting the band back together, but zip it up. Say less. In New York, we tell people say less. All right. We're talking football now. Matthew Stafford, Giants. I don't really think it has any legs, but this is what happens this time of the year. Evan is in Manhattan. Evan, you're on the fan.
Keith, my guy, how are you?
Great. Thanks for calling.
Okay, so I got to give you credit tonight. I've always applauded you for listening to your fans, letting them have an opinion, unlike BT and Sal and some of my less favorite guys. And I like how you shut down, certain things tonight, like Matthew Stafford for the number 3 pick.
Yeah.
The Central bit or the SNL bit with Sandler back in the day, that would have been great. Listen, I like him as a bridge QB. You want to throw a 3rd or 4th pick, and they fight on it. But that's like, you still have restraint given that guy time. So
Yeah, I don't know if we're trading a 3rd overall pick, maybe for Myles Garrett. I don't even know if Myles Garrett you don't trade that pick. You need a package of players and picks, not for a 36-year-old quarterback who also comes with the attachment of his wife's going to do a podcast and tell the whole world about what's going on inside of your building.
that's exactly right. I would say the only, and this is if you're fully loaded at other positions and just need a quarterback to make it happen. Maybe in the last 30 years, correct me if I'm forgetting somebody, maybe Tom Brady. If you got everything else, you can contend for 2 bowls. That's a 36-year-old guy. I don't know about anybody else. So anyway, I just want to applaud you on that. And the only other thing, and this is, we're going football. With that 3 pick, if you're not sure, I think you take a bridge quarterback, no matter who it is, trade that 3 down and get more collateral. Thank you, Keith, and I'd love to hear your opinion on that.
Thanks for the call, Evan. Listen, This is what I feel, and I've been saying this for a long time. This GM and this head coach have no other out, no other way to keep their jobs but to draft a quarterback. My phrase is complete the holy trinity. GM, head coach, quarterback. They couldn't tank correctly when Tommy Cutlets came along, and they missed out on multiple quarterbacks that we think are going to be pretty good for a while. Find your guy. Find your guy. Todd McShay was talking about Shedeur Sanders as well as Jackson Dart. I had Connor work on it. I don't know if we have it yet, but it's something that we have it. It's something that I want Giants fans to hear. And again, a lot of times I'm in here, you can't see me. I say hand up when I'm wrong or when I said something that, like, when Jackson Dart balled against Duke, I'm like, oh, here we go. Here comes the Jackson Dart hype. I saw him play against Florida, and the way that he turned the ball over to lose that game, I'm like, what is wrong with this game? But it's one game. And I have seen him run the ball. I've seen him throw the ball. I've seen him ball out, period. He's got the name of a quarterback. He's got the Ole Miss ties. And listening to Todd Shea, University of Richmond, I had an offer from University of Richmond. I should have taken my official visit down there to see what they were about. I never did. Todd McShay played quarterback down there. And now he's not doing ESPN anymore, but he's still analyzing film and talking about the draft. I want you to hear what he had to say about Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart. Go ahead.
Completely different style. It's almost like watching a different sport when you're watching Shedeur, the scrambling around, holding on to the ball, beautifully creating and giving his receivers more time, but everything's east, west, backwards, running around, and then making a beautiful throw because of his unbelievable instincts and his touch and his ball placement and all the things that he has that make him the best pure passer in this class. But with Jackson Dart, if I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm looking for a guy who's a little bit more in tune with running my offense, who's going to keep it moving forward. Everything's climbing the pocket, talking and running. The same reasons that I like Drake May are a lot of the same reasons with Jackson Dart. It's very similar tape in terms of trying to be decisive, trying to keep things moving, progressing north, right? The difference was Drake May, the ball popped off his hands a little bit more than it pops off of Jackson. There's just more. He's just more talented. He's bigger. He's just as maybe slightly more athletic. He's got a stronger arm. But he's making decisions, pulling the trigger. He's setting his protections more this year. He's checking out of some bad plays. I see a maturation in his game that I hadn't seen previous to this year, okay?
I'm always trying to get you to think, all right, well, who's quarterback to McShay? I think we're in a conversation now.
Couple of things there. One, the Giants wanted Drake May last year. If they could have got Drake May, they would have. If they could have traded up, they would have. If the Patriots would have, done that dance with him, they definitely would have taken Drake May. Todd McShay draws some parallels. Drake May has, more size, pause. He's got more stature. He's taller. He's heavier. He's, a bigger body than Jackson Dart. But I'm starting to get intrigued by Jackson Dart, and I've started to pull up some of his tape, and I'm like, I don't know. He played in the SEC. He didn't play in the Pac-12. And he's 6'2", 225. And he just went to the Senior Bowl and turned a lot of heads. He's got the connection to Eli Manning already. There might be something there with Jackson Dart. So what I'm saying to the Giants fans is, if they don't absolutely love Shedeur, which I've been convinced that they do love Shedeur Sanders, and that they've gone out there to recruit Shedeur Sanders, or not recruit, scout Shedeur Sanders multiple times, and that they, there's something there with Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur scares me, though. The fact that he's only been coached by his dad, the fact that he's going to have such a target on his back and such a microscope on him because he's the son of Deion Sanders, it's good and bad. It's good for New York because New York will swallow you up. New York will engulf you, and we've seen people get chewed up and spit out here like a Zach Wilson. But I don't know. I'm thinking with that number 3 pick, when you look at some of these players that are available, at number 3, somebody's going to want Travis Hunter. And if you don't want him, you can trade back. At number 3, someone may want Abdul Carter. And, Shedeur Sanders said he's meeting with the Giants and the Browns. What if Cam Ward goes 1 and Shedeur Sanders goes 2? Then you have to go get Jackson Dart, but you don't take him at 3. You trade back. And then there's going to be a run of I don't know, man. It's gonna be interesting. I'm very interested in the combine. I did just see Deion's son Shiloh wasn't even invited to the combine. I don't know what Shedeur is going to do at the combine. But we're coming up on all this stuff. I don't think that they should be trading for Matthew Stafford. You're not ready to win. You are not ready to win. You have the toughest strength of schedule in the NFL, the longest odds to make the Super Bowl. I don't see it, but I do see a future with Jackson Dart, maybe more than Shedeur Sanders now. Aaron is in Brooklyn on the Fan. Go for it, Aaron.
All right. Hey, Keith, what's up?
What's up, man?
I was thinking about the Matthew Stafford trade, but you're right. For Matthew Stafford for a third wouldn't work. But how about Matthew, Kupp, and the Rams 26th pick?
Matthew, Kupp, and the Rams 26 pick. I'm like, I don't think Jackson Dart is going to fall that deep into the draft, bro. Because there are teams like the Raiders. There are teams like the Saints, right? The Saints are down there. It takes 2 to tango. Somebody's got to trade for him. I don't know. I also Cooper Kupp. I watched him closely. They didn't even target him. They didn't go to him. I just think he's past his prime, and they knew that he was not a big part of the Rams offense. And this is a guy that won the Triple Crown a few years ago. He was their whole offense. You know what I'm saying? You don't want these, you have Malik Neighbors. You don't want these guys once they're past their prime, and you don't want to give up a number 3 overall pick for older players. Thanks for the call, Aaron. I just don't see it, man. Even if it is a package, the number 3 overall pick for Matt Stafford at age 36, Cooper Kupp, I'm telling you guys watch the games. Cooper Kupp was an afterthought. They're throwing a Demarcus Robinson before they're throwing a Cooper Kupp. They're throwing a Tyler Higbee before they're throwing a Cooper Kupp. Obviously, Puka Doncic is their number 1. Do you guys see the video of Puka Nacua going to meet Luka Doncic and LeBron James? Shout out to Rami. Rami actually posted it first, and then I saw it, and I'm like, that is so genuine. When you think about, NFL players or any players that are fans before they get to the NFL, Puka's been in the league, 2 years? He's 23. He was born 2001. He's a huge LeBron fan. He spent most of his life, he referred to him as our glorious king. To see Puka Nacua in LA at the Staples Center or the crypto.com, whatever, this is the Staples Center, house that Kobe built. To see him turn into a little kid, he is one of the best receivers in the league. To even see his girlfriend and how much his girlfriend knew. His girlfriend films him watching LeBron highlights. To see Puka Nacua turn into a little kid when he gets the chance to meet LeBron, he didn't even know how to stand right next to LeBron. When LeBron took a picture of him, I'm like, that is so genuine, because so many of these players, they get to the league and they lose that about themselves. They think that they're the man, that they don't look at other players in other sports like that. I thought it was so refreshing to see Puka Nacua turn into a little boy with the chance to meet LeBron. And at first he thought he was only going to meet Luka Doncic, and you can see he was a little disappointed, damn, I'm not going to get the chance to meet LeBron. And then when LeBron came out, he was all the way starstruck. But anyway, no, I can't. That number 3 pick, you just put in pain for that pick. That's a quick way to get these guys fired. Another story that came up on my news feed, the Giants are looking to sell off up to 10% of the team, according to the Sports Business Journal. Recent public estimates of the Giants' value range from $7.3 billion to $7.85 billion. Yep, these Giants fans, they're still riding. It's been a rough decade, but somebody's buying those tickets. Somebody's buying that merch. Somebody's watching Hard Knocks. You guys heard about that too. I was cracking up about that last night. It was one of the last things I said on my show. We may never see another off-season edition of Hard Knocks. One and done. How many times on the Fan did I say, fire whoever's idea it was for the Giants to never do Hard Knocks until it was time to be a fly on the wall, make Joe Shane the star, and show the entire world how you built a terrible team and moved on from a generational player in Saquon Barkley. 888. Oh, my goodness. 888-808-1019. They can't find a team in the NFL that wants to do Hard Knocks, off-season Hard Knocks. Yeah, I wonder why. Because those clips of Joe Shane, Joe Shane's kids, Joe Shane's son, like, yo, get Jaden Daniels. Brian Dable with his feet up. John Marison. Saquon Barkley is our most popular player by far. You know, I'm not going to be able to sleep if he goes to Philly. Those clips, those clips live forever. Saquon is sleeping like a baby. Did you see the video of Saquon after the Super Bowl eating the birthday cake? I'm like, damn, he must not have ate. He was crushing that birthday cake. He was housing that birthday cake. And then he's in the locker room shotgunning beers like he's back in Happy Valley. I'm like, yo, I know Saquon's on like a strict diet and regimen. You know, happy for that guy. Not happy for the Eagles, but happy for his success. Eddie is in the Bronx. Eddie, you got it next. Go for it.
Hey, what's up, K-Mac?
What's up?
I'm in agreement that Saquon is a generational talent, but everything I just feel like what went wrong was the fact that I think the Giants always have relied upon people's character more than anything. Because what should have been done was the year before. If you had an inkling, a grain of sand thought of you weren't going to re-sign him, you should have traded him to the AFC. And then if he goes back to the Eagles, that's not on you. But the thing about it is this whole talk about, oh, we couldn't sign the guy. What was he going to do? Like,
Eddie, we had these conversations. I don't mean to cut you off, but like we had these conversations. They contradict themselves, right? The reason they didn't trade him was because they didn't want to lose the locker room. They didn't want everybody in that locker room to say, you traded our best player, our captain, season's over. We are tanking.
Would have been in the best interest of the team.
Of course it would have. Of course it would have. And then the following year, you decide, after Mara told you how popular he is in the locker room and with the fans, you decide you're not going to go the extra mile for him, that you're going to set your price and move on, and you let him go to a division rival. You pay that man just so that reality doesn't happen. And like you said, you lean into his character. He is a family man. He is in the community. You've never heard one bad thing about this guy off the field. And all he said was, you know where I want to be. I want to be a Giant. So let that be his legacy. Just because you're not ready to pay a running back, you have a guy that is touched by the hand of God, a gold jacket guy, a number 2 overall pick, Saquon Barkley, no matter what. If he's telling you he wants to be a Giant because he's definitely thinking about, hey, I'm a running back. I don't know how many years I'm going to play. Maybe I take this into the media. Maybe I do something in New York City. Then you pay him and you let him finish his career here. I don't know, man. It just looks so bad. There's no way to spin it.
It does look bad. Now, you brought up something that actually I didn't think about. If anything, if you thought in that England he was going to Philadelphia, I'd sign him just off of that. But the thing about it is I think the worst thing that could have ever happened to this franchise, as much as I hate to say it, was Dable winning in his first year. That was the absolute worst thing. Because then this team would have been on another path. But now going forward, what do? And the thing is people say, well, you can. I think Stafford is kind of exciting, and it's like, people say, do you trade Travis Hunter? I'm like, no, because I don't have a quarterback. And the reality is, I don't have a quarterback. Now I got him and Malik Neighbors, and then you don't have a quarterback. Then another year is passing. They're getting a little older, and you got to look at their contracts because you ain't keeping both of them. You're not going to be able to do that in 3 years. 3 years, you're going to have to make a decision because you ain't keeping both of them.
But the reality is now, what do you do? And it's like, I feel like now this franchise is not taking a quarterback, and it's like, at this point, just because you brought them back, they're going to take a quarterback just because it's the only lifeboat that they have.
Yeah.
They can't do anything else. I'd like to take a Blue Carter if it was me.
Sure.
And but then the thing about it is that these guys, you put them in a weird situation because if those top two quarterbacks go off the board, it's almost like now you're basically scrambling around looking to save face, and it's just like that's gonna be crazy. So I don't know. I think the Giants should have gave up the farm last year to get Drake May, but what do I know? And I think
Patriots weren't going to do it. Go on.
Yeah, I got a Giants tattoo on my arm, and I get laughed at work every day. It says, "Well, why don't you just remove your arm?" And I'm like,
I'm sorry, bro. You because you got that tatted on you because the Giants used to be about pride. They used to be about getting the Super Bowls, winning Super Bowls. They used to have some real gritty bosses. They used to have some really good, tough players. They used to like make you feel proud to tat them on you and wear that as a fan. They have fallen from grace.
one thing I want to say before I go, and I've always thought this about me, most Giants fans could probably attest to this. And I say the way that they handled Odell Beckham was the way that they should have handled Saquon Barkley. What I mean by that is Odell Beckham deserves to be a Giant more than Daniel Jones ever did. But because of his character, they moved him. And the reality is that's why I say the Giants as an organization have got to get over this thing about people's character, because they're looking for somebody to be what Eli is, because that's their son. And but the thing was, you didn't want to offend Saquon Barkley, so you didn't trade him. And my thing is, that has nothing to do with it. You do what's in the best interest of the team. And it boggles my mind that they actually do this when I've always said the best player in their history might be the worst human being ever played the game, which is crazy to me. But I love them. And it's crazy that they do that, but it's like Mara, that's why I think sometimes Mara's got to get off of that, with people's character and digging too much into that. Because I think another thing the Giants passed on, because of character, and a couple other teams did too, was Laramie Tunsil. Because that was the problem on left tackle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, back then he popped up on the internet with a smoking mask. Now weed is available here in New York and New Jersey, and they don't even test the players for it anymore. These guys are smoking weed after the Super Bowl in the locker room. Thanks for the call, Eddie. 888-808-1019. Mistakes that are made. Even Jalen Carter dropping. Now, what Jalen Carter did was much worse than Laramie Tunsil being a college student smoking some weed at Ole Miss. The Eagles didn't care. The Eagles are like, that guy is the next Aaron Donald. They took him at 9. There were mock drafts that had him at 1 the year before, had him being the number 1 overall pick. So, and going back to, Odell Beckham Jr., they got him out of here because, Odell Beckham Jr. and his antics, it just didn't mesh with the Giants' way and the Giants' pride and the Giants' culture, right? Going back to what you said about Dable winning Coach of the Year and then winning that playoff game, it was fool's gold. But, they were smelling themselves, Shane and Dable. So much so, USA is kicking their ass. It's 5-1. They are lighting them up. Call the dogs off. Get Finland off the ice. There's still 17 minutes to go here. It is bad. But yeah, with the Giants, they should, because of, like you said, with Eli and Daniel Jones being an Eli clone, and we've done everything to screw this guy up. And, Joe Shane in his GM book for dummies, this is how we got to value the quarterback position. This quarterback is – Daniel Jones wasn't the reason you won that defense, and Saquon Barkley carrying the ball 30 times a game was the reason. But they didn't have the balls to tell Daniel Jones and his representation to go test free agency, go back and come back to us like they did with Saquon. That is insane. 888-1019. Why is that in the system? Why is that a system? Tomorrow is the Eagles parade. There are warrants out for like over 20 to 30 people's arrest from the night that they won the Super Bowl. People that were literally trying to fight police and tearing down their city. And yeah, the Eagles have their parade tomorrow. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit of Candelita and we'll play the song from New York's potential new Candelita since David Stern doesn't want Jose Iglesias anymore. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB. Brand blue colorway is sharp.
Live or on demand with the Odyssey app and podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're looking for the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire. Town Fair offers the guaranteed lowest prices on Bridgestone winter tires. Plus, they give you more free services than any other tire dealer. So when you want Bridgestone winter tires at that guaranteed lowest price, combined with the most free services, Town Fair Tire is the only place to go because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. No.
Painting is the easiest way to breathe new life into your home. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're choosing a partner in making your house your home. Free estimates, reliable communication, and professional work, all at the right price. Schedule a free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And ask about their color consultation services. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
What the hell is this?
Choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
All right, everybody, it's here. The
weird.
March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You okay?
I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize.
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors. So you ready to get some sleep?
Yo, what's up, y'all? I'm answering texts and I'm on Instagram. I'll get back to the chat in a minute. That boy Chris, he rich. Keith, what is your favorite non-sports TV show? Right now, I'm really enjoying the Amazing Spider-Man on Disney Plus. I don't really watch anything but sports. And is it called The Amazing Spider-Man? I actually need to maybe tonight go home and watch another episode. Yeah, The Amazing Spider-Man. I believe I'm looking it up now. I don't know. I love comic books. Maybe it's not The Amazing Spider-Man. Let me go to my Disney Plus account and see what it's called. Marvel. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That's what I'm rocking with right now, bro. And now I'm looking at this. They have a picture of Daredevil. They have a picture of Doc Octopus. And is that Shocker? So like clearly there's some villains that are about to pop up that I'm not even aware of, yo. Let me see. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. This right here. On Disney Plus, new episodes come out Wednesday. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I gotta go home and watch the new episodes now, because now I don't know. Like when I go home, because I work nights, my son is sleeping, my wife is sleeping, and I gotta be quiet in the crib. And I got a nice 75-inch TV. I like to watch everything on the TV with the sound bar. So I probably won't even do it. I'll wait till the weekend. Now I want to watch the show. Now I want to see the show. Hold on, let me answer this text back, and then I'll get back to the chat. People show me mad love, bro. I just answered that, and then shout out to Rich if you're watching. Rich copped a new Cam to AM hoodie, and I don't even have one. So like that's mad love to see someone rocking rocking my merch, right? Cam to AM hoodie. To see somebody rocking a merch like that is mad love, bro. Flattered every day. I'm humbled every day. I'm blessed every day. I'm motivated every day. This is like so many people that I don't even know rock with me. People that I don't know rock with me more than people that I've been around my entire life. So for people out there that need motivation, strangers will support you more than your own friends. Strangers will support you sometimes more than your own family members, because a lot of times people that grew up with you or been around you, they just see you as something that you used to be, and they can't see you for what you've grown to be, what you've become, or what you can be. And so what? So what, bro? Mad love, bro. Mad love.
Any service offered by these firms we offer also, and ones they don't, such as tax court trials, bankruptcies, and representation.
Clean.
I handle more tax court trials in 1 year than these firms handle in their entire existence. Call for your free consultation. Gabor Tax Law, your local tax resolution solution. 895 Tax Law, 895 Tax Law, 895 Tax Law, 800-958-2952.
All right. In the chat, let's see. Let's go to a Yankee game this year, Keith. Let's go. I'm always there. Matthew Stafford for a third round is all I'd give up. Yeah. The Cowboys would be great seeing Jerry work his magic. First time catching you live. Love your stuff, bro. Appreciate it. Let's get back to the show. Chase for 28. What up? Yeah. Good drop, Connor. Great beat. I got a feeling that the boy is going to make a historic comeback. You know, you underestimated greatly Drizzy Drake. I just think that somewhere in Australia, wherever he is, like Drake is plotting, and he's already got hits in the tuck, and we'll hear the new album with Party Next Door after midnight. And then, I don't know, somewhere in this new year, we'll get a new Drake album. And there's going to be bangers, and there's going to be a response, and the beef is going to continue, and so be it, man. I'm a hip-hop fan. I like Kendrick. I like Drake. I like competition, but I feel like the beef between them two just got to a place where I never saw it going. And it's kind of crazy that it started last year with the song First Person Shooter, a video game reference. And the track was, you know, talking about the Super Bowl. Big as the what? Big as the Super Bowl. And then it ends with Kendrick performing Not Like Us at the Super Bowl. And again, I told you earlier in the week, that halftime show will live on longer than all of them because it is in 4K and people have reacted to it. It made full-on, you know, YouTube videos dissecting everything and conspiracy theories. People are still trying to figure out every single thing. There's stuff that's popping up. I'm like, that's not what they were saying, but it has, you know, grown legs that no other halftime show will ever have, because all the other halftime shows are mainstream, play the hits. And Kendrick Lamar is like, nah, I'm bigger than I've ever been. I'll never get this opportunity again. I'm going to play the internet. I'm not going to play the hits. I'm going to put out so many Easter eggs and subliminal messages that the internet is going to respond to. And I kind of feel for Drake, just because I don't think he's what has been alleged. I don't think he, you know, and the whole world singing that and looking at him like that is just, it was a well-played return serve. I remember I was live on air when Drake dropped Family Matters, and I'm watching the video live on air and I'm fired up. I'm like, yeah, the boy is back. Yo, he got him. He went straight at his heart. And then like minutes later, they not like us. They not like us. It was just, it was so well played by Kendrick to step on Drake's response with a catchy dance tune with like all of these different. I don't know, man. It was well played. But anyway, back to the sports conversation. You can, I'm sure, find any information on that online or maybe on the hip hop radio stations in this city. They're talking about that right now too. 888-808-1019. Let's play some hip hop. I said that I was going to introduce you to potentially New York's new Candelita. At the number 3 pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. Let's play his new single that dropped today.
It's about 47 seconds here.
Yeah.
Click on the cake when you count it later. I wanna see you, but I see you later. If you wanna go on, first do me a favor. I know you know it, but you know I can't let you have it. You know I ain't got no name. But if I give you in, yeah, you have it. And I know I'm cause they feel so special. Yeah, when you come around, girl, you'll never feel better.
Okay, that was terrible. Shedeur Sanders. Darren Waller. Yeah, the Giants have to draft him. Just they got to follow up Darren Waller's terrible rap song with Shedeur Sanders. So Shedeur, he's got a few songs out, but that's his new song called Life. And he dropped the music video if you want to go look it up on YouTube. And his YouTube channel is blowing up. And I follow his podcast as well. He's not a rapper. He's not a singer. It's fully auto-tuned. But I guess he's got a love interest. You know, I guess he's got a girl at Colorado that he's got to leave. And, you know, he might come to New York. He might go to Cleveland. He might go to Tennessee. He might go to Vegas. But sounds like he's singing to her. That song's trash. 888-808-1019. Josh is in Huntington. Josh, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith, man, you're awesome.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, listen, has anybody ever talked about maybe the Giants trading Minnesota's J.J. McCarthy to the number 3 pick?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they need anybody up there, you know, since they could be picking lower, but I think that would be a good thing for the Giants to do if they could do it.
Yeah, that conversation was being had on the fan during the season. I think it was before Sam Darnold completely blew it the last 2 games of the year and just pretty much signed his, his papers to leave. I don't think that Minnesota's going to pay him. I think he's going to be a Raider. Even if the Raiders do draft the quarterback, I think he's going to probably go with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly and, you know, stay in a dome and play out there. But, you know, with J.J. McCarthy, he's still developing. He's still recovering. And with the draft pick that the Vikings used on him, I don't think the Vikings are going to trade McCarthy. And they would have to pay Sam Darnold to even consider trading McCarthy. And I think most Giants fans are like, hey, we could have drafted this kid last year. Why would we give up any draft capital to get him now? Nah, Malik Neighbors is real. Hell no. Like, if they can get Malik Neighbors a consistent quarterback, he's going to be Jamar Chase. I'm not even joking. Like, I underestimated, like, actually how real that kid is. He is him. He's worth unretiring a jersey. Like, what he can do on the field, he's very much in line to be the next Jamar Chase if they can consistently get him the ball. They failed him. They couldn't put an offensive line in front of Saquon. They failed Saquon. We never even got close to seeing 2K say. And that's the thing. Thanks for the call, Josh, and the compliment. Build the offensive line, please. For once and for all, the Giants got to get 5 guys, a unit up front that they can believe in, that they can be confident in, because nothing is going to work. Not any quarterback, running back, whatever. If every quarterback you bring in here is running for his life, if every quarterback you bring in here is under duress, we just saw what happened to Patrick Mahomes. The Eagles, their front is not going anywhere. They got to build that offensive line. It doesn't matter if it's Shedeur Sanders, Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Fields. They got to get the offensive line straight. And just to keep whiffing on offensive linemen and have offensive linemen be hurt. And like these last couple of years, the Giants have had more different configurations of an offensive line, it seems, than anybody in the league. They got to get that right. 888-808-1019. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. I know he's watching what I'm watching. Good, man. This game has been over. They're just going through the motions till the clock runs out here. What an impressive showing.
He just freaking imploded to start this third period. 2 goals, like 11 seconds apart. You had both the Chuck brothers who got goals on the night. This is shades of, I called you last night. I said kind of looked at like you have taken over the sport. What people were talking about, you're talking about a game where Finland, went up early, 1-0 off a goal nonetheless from my. I brought up to you last night too that a lot of the Finland's only got 11 total defensemen of the NHL, so they got like no room for error, and no less than 3 of the original roster defensemen for Finland wound up getting hurt. So there's only one defenseman, Finnish defenseman.
Bang. To Chuck with another goal. It's 6-1.
The Kachuk brothers and the Hughes brothers are like the face of American hockey. That's not even talking about Matthews and Matt Boldy's got a goal tonight. You got Jack Eichel. I mean, the turn, you got Fox, obviously. Half the team's Rangers. So, I mean, they look awesome, man. Hellebuyck had the early blunder, but he's been funny ever since.
Yeah, I think it's good for hockey. Thanks for the call, Ross. I know the hockey fans are locked in watching this. I fall back on a call that I took a couple weeks ago about what the NHL has done to increase their ratings and the interest in hockey, things like this, the Stadium Series, the Winter Classic, getting other people involved, having other famous athletes and influencers and people coming out to support hockey. NHL Network does a lot. Social media does a lot. There are a lot of good social media admins and managers for these hockey teams, and you got to play the internet. I'm sure there'll be a lot on the internet after this. I'm sure there's a lot right now on this. This is demolishing. So if you thought the game was interesting last night, I was in here last night, and I didn't really have eyes on it. I was watching the Knicks, but Canada beat Sweden in overtime, and that started to get some people's attention. This is a wrap. So, let's go USA. USA with a dominant performance here against Finland. All right, when we come back, I'll give you my thoughts on David Stearns, Jose Iglesias, a.k.a. Candelita, and moving on from OMG and what this team has to do this year. Francisco Alvarez and some of his comments and some of the variables for the Mets, some of the potential holes, some of the things that they need to find out in camp and the competition that they're going to face in the National League. I've got calls about the Brooklyn Nets, which, hey, as a Nets fan, I'm not one of those Nets fans that's mad at them winning. Go ahead and win games, compete. I'd much rather watch the Nets try and make a push for the play-in. We still have some Yankee calls as well. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. I got about an hour and 10 minutes left. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. All right, Joe. I got too many tabs open, yo. Mostly through everything that I wanted to talk about today. Shout out to you watching. Where's my hair tie?
Testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
All right, back to the chat. Cobra Kai for the win. Chase for 28. That's what you be watching. Karate Kid. Final season, final part dropped today. I just don't have the time, bro. Like, I got to get it every day. I am a one-man army. I am a solo act. I am a one-man band. I don't go to sleep most nights till 3:30 in the morning. My son will get up. My wife will handle him. I'll get up maybe if she needs some assistance. But for the most part, my days don't start till like 11 a.m. because I got to sleep 7-8 hours you know, from like 3 to 11, or you know what I'm saying? So I don't have time to watch TV because when I get up, I got to start listening to the radio station. I got to start reading news articles. I got to start putting my notes together, right? Like when I do these shows, I will have a ton of things that I found on the internet to talk about, tweets and screenshots, and like that's just one show. That was last night's show. Just like all of these things. Wednesday. See, you say Wednesday. So I'm always like putting together my own show. Then I'm always you already like, hold on, let me flex on. You can try to get by, but you'll get trapped. I'm in that gym, boy. Father Time is undefeated. I gotta be in the gym. I need it. It's the only way to beat it. You know, I gotta work out every day. I do so many different things. Like I just was showing y'all my merch. I finally got the merch together, got the website together. I'm booking different types of things from. I just did a voiceover for the Red Bulls. I'm booking speaking things. I'm really working on putting together some networking events as it gets warmer. I have my DJ booth set up in the crib. I don't know if I showed y'all that. I'll be doing some live streams with the DJ booth now that it's a go in my crib. Yeah, let's go. So like what I'm saying is every day is Time Crisis. You guys ever played a video game, Time Crisis? Look up Time Crisis, the video game, the arcade game. Me and my brother used to play that game. Time Crisis is a game where you enter the level. It's first-person shooter, and you have a certain amount of time to shoot through. Like you might be killing zombies and making your way through, and you got to clear the level. Now I don't shoot zombies every day, but every day I wake up and it's Time Crisis. I got to clear a level because like today I got the fresh fade, right? I know you see the cut. Shout out to my boy Red. I know y'all see the cut. I know y'all see the fresh fade. So I had to go back to the town. That's an hour drive south. Took me 30 minutes sitting in the barbershop plus another hour to get out of there. I popped in. I saw my mom. I went to the store. I got some coffee. By the time I got back home, I went to the gym right away, ate dinner. And before you know it, by the time it's 5:30, I got to be out because I'm live on air at 7. And this traffic in New York is hell. You don't know what could happen. It is unpredictable. So every day I'm just tight on time. There is no time to sit and watch TV. What do you think about the Super Bowl halftime show? Man, I talked at length on my my show on Monday about it. Let me see. I can send the link in the chat. Let me see. Do it here. Because I said plenty about it. I had plenty of thoughts and opinions about it. So let's see. 20 hours ago, no. Dan Duggan, blah, blah, blah. Eli Manning, just. All right, copy link. And let me go and send that here on this app. Yeah, so long story short story long. I didn't think Kendrick was the right person for the Super Bowl, but I think he took advantage of the opportunity and he did his thing. It wasn't a bad performance. It just wasn't what I thought, you know, a Super Bowl performance should be. But I said it was so tactical. My Super Bowl halftime thoughts via pod. All right. All right. About an hour and some change to go. We're going to make it to the end of the show. Another 5-hour KM to AM. Thanks for rocking with me. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for calling my show. And I always try to send a shout out to the people that don't ever call. They don't want to be a part of the show. They don't want to voice their opinion. They don't want to be heard. They don't do that. They just sit back, relax, and enjoy. And whether you're driving, whether you're in the gym, whether you're at home chilling, whether you're watching TV and listening, whatever, I appreciate it. So I wanted to get a word in on Jose Iglesias, a Scott Boras guy, a guy that I just feel like there's no analytics that David Stearns can apply to what he did last year that makes him worth bringing back this year, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. When they signed Nick Madrigal, who has options, who does the same thing, that was their way of moving on and saying, this will be our type of guy this year. And what I think is, good for Jose Iglesias is also bad for him. He had an amazing year. He was Bruce Wayne and Batman. By day, he is Jose Iglesias. By night, he is Candelita. Or the other way around, to hit the pinnacle of your music career and also be playing at a high level for a team that's winning games, getting to the NLCS. It's amazing. Extremely blessed individual. But David Stearns is building a team, and now this is Juan Soto's team, and now this team has to have a different identity. And, there were a ton of catchy things and gimmicks and props and, stuff that men, women, and children all love with the Mets last year that worked. I don't think David Stearns is looking to go back to the well. 888-808-1019. He's a baseball guy. So he might say, yeah, all that is cute. All that is well and good. But, they need to have organically something else pop up. I even leaned on last night the whole smack in the air, spank in the air when they got on base. They got to come up with a new hit celebration. Last year was last year. And the whole point of this year should be to go further than you did last year. 888-808-1019. If any Mets fans want to chime in on the end of OMG Mets, like I said, when they had that display up at Amazing Day, I'm like, that is basically telling you it's done. They got his jersey up, the sign. It's just like one and done, one hit wonder. But, man, that guy hustled. That guy had some timely hits, a hit streak. That guy brought energy. That guy will be literally remembered forever with what he was able to do as a pop star, a #1 Latin digital streaming single. Other players were using it as his walkout song, and they played it at Citi Field, and that was their home run celebration. This team has to have a new identity. This team has to find a new identity. And honestly, I think it's going to be hard to do. I honestly do. I think they're going to have a target on their backs. I think Juan Soto is, a guy that's high tide that raises all ships. But at the same time, it's like, it's going to be different. It is going to be different. I've been saying to Mets fans, welcome to Market One. Welcome to New York. You want to be big bro? Then be big bro. You want to be big brother in the town? You're like, well, the Phillies are going to check you on that. The Braves are going to check you on that. Both of those teams that you beat on your way to face the Dodgers in the NLCS, they're going to want their lick back. They're going to want some get back. And you're not going to be able to sneak up on anybody this year. You have Juan Soto. You have Lindor, Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, Mark Vientos. That rotation better be ready to go. Kodai Senga, can he pitch 20 starts? 25 starts? Can he be healthy? Clay Holmes, I'm hearing good things about Clay Holmes. But, hell, I have experience with Clay Holmes where most of the time it didn't go so well. So let's see if he can turn into a starting pitcher. I know, he's got some new pitches. He's developed his changeup. Go do your thing, Clay. Good luck. Frankie Montas. Can David Peterson and Sean Manaea be what they were last year? We don't know. These are question marks. Can Mark Vientos have a repeat performance? Are we going to get happy Jeff or agitated, pissed off Jeff McNeil? Is Francisco Alvarez going to back up all his conversation that he's been having? Oh, I think we've got the best lineup in baseball. Take it easy. Like the team that knocked you out, the team that just all the way reloaded, the team that defers all of this money, the rich keep getting richer, the Dodgers, they're calling themselves, the Mecca of baseball. It's funny, right? Dave Roberts came out and said, he might not have said Mecca, but I know Brian Cashman last year said that they wanted to be the Mecca of baseball. I got to go find, I think it was on MLB Network. I saw it. I had it in my notes. Dave Roberts talking about how they're the epicenter, something like that, of baseball in the world, right? Because obviously they have these great Japanese players, which of course we should have known the whole time. Baseball kicks off the season this year in the Tokyo Dome. I believe it's Cubs versus Dodgers. We should have known the entire time. Obviously, Roki Sasaki was going to be a Dodger. But yeah, man, the Mets and Mets fans, you can't be worried about the Yankees. The Yankees aren't going to be standing in your way. Maybe if the Yankees hold up their end of the bargain and get to the Fall Classic, in your own division, you've got teams to deal with. And then even outside of your division, the Dodgers, the Padres, there's going to be some good teams. The Diamondbacks want some get back. They want to get back to where they were. The Brewers, Caleb Durbin, Nestor Cortez, and the Brewers. It is going to be an amazing baseball season. It is going to be so much fun when we have actual games and series and things to talk about. But yeah, David Stearns, I just look at him as a, straight to business guy. He wants tangible things that he can work with, that he can quantify. And I don't think he looks at Candelita OMG as something that lightning can strike twice. Here it is. Dave Roberts says the expectation is for both Roki Sasaki and Yoshinobu Yamamoto to pitch in Japan. Of course, you got to do that. They're in front of their countrymen. They're back home. But I'm still not finding the words that he used. And it just made me think of Cashman talking about, what Juan Soto here last year, who he traded for. Oh, yeah, we want this to be the Mecca of baseball. And, Dave Roberts saying, no, LA, especially as the reigning champs and, getting players, some of the best players in the world, when you look at these Japanese players going there, that is the Mecca. That is the epicenter. That is the place that the entire baseball world is looking at, saying, wow, they have MVPs, they have aces, they have a ridiculous bullpen now, they have Hall of Famers. Like, it's the Dodgers World Series again to lose. Can they go back to back? I'd hate to see it. But that's why we watch. That's why we have 162 in postseason. That's why we have this radio station on all day, every day. We'll have reaction after the games. I'll be on. C-Mac will be on taking your calls. And, there are people that can't wait for first pitch, watch the game, listen to the post game, and, all the way through the night. So let's break right here. I've got calls on everything, man. We're going to get to it. Usually when I get to 11 o'clock, I call it open mic, where anything that I missed, I'll try to bring to the table, and you should do the same. Anything that you'd like to get a word in on or get my thoughts or opinion on, coming up. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back after this. All right. I can't find this damn tweet from Dave Roberts. Okay, let me see something. I know how to find it. There are some people on Twitter that have so many followers, and I don't know why. They're like anonymous account. I guess they just have good tweets. They're anonymous accounts. A lot of times just girls with, they get a lot of followers. There are some people with a ton of followers. I'm like, damn, how do they have so many followers? For what? They don't even really exist. They don't even know who they are. People just hanging on to their jokes and their memes. Let's see here. Where is it, man? I'll get back to the chat in a minute. I'm doing the job. Okay, here it is. We are the epicenter globally for baseball. Bob Nightingale wrote that. David Stearns doesn't expect Lightning to strike twice. Someone sent me that video where Most Def says that Drake's music is pop that they would play at Target. I'm like, any 2-3 year period of Drake's career washes Most Def, respectfully.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, can't say Aaron Rodgers didn't read the tea leaves before the season started.
I don't do what I know people are doing. We're all probably going to be out of here. So I like that kind of pressure, though. I know there's, it's a tough market to play in. It's not for everybody. I relish that opportunity. As you get older in the league, if you don't perform,
And now the circle is complete. Rodgers the last to go as the Jets put out a statement saying they're moving on from the 41-year-old. It appears the Jets want to put the cap hit over 2 years, likely at $14 million this year, $35 million 2026. Yankees have an issue brewing, it seems, with Marcus Stroman, 33-year-old, not at camp for the first couple of days. Bombers have obviously been trying to shop him unsuccessfully all offseason. Now, Stroman appears to be the odd man out for the rotation, but Aaron Boone doesn't seem to think that this issue is going to linger too much longer. Four Nations face-off. Team USA 4 goals in the third. They rout Finland 6-1. Matthew and Brady Tkachuk each scored twice. 40 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, and that's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is my last hour on the Fan till Monday night. Appreciate you rocking with me. Keith McPherson, another 5-hour KM to AM. It's not a marathon, it's a sprint. So I went and did a little digging to figure out some things that I couldn't figure out. Open mic time, talking sports, whatever sports you would like to bring to the table. It was Bob Nightingale who put out the Dave Roberts quote. Last year, Brian Cashman said the Yankees are trying to be the mecca of baseball with the most talented players playing there when Juan Soto got there. Okay. Well, Dodgers manager Dave Roberts says we are the epicenter globally for baseball. And I can't disagree with them. To the victor go the spoils. They are on top. They won. They have the parade and everything else. Shout out to my guy, Lou Goodman. Lou Goodman said Jose Iglesias hit .337 last year and is a fabulously smooth fielder. I'm extremely upset he's no longer a Met. And I said, well, David Stearns doesn't expect Lightning to strike twice, and they're going with their younger options. And obviously there's a word out there that Iglesias, after what he did last year, he's not looking for a one-year deal. He's looking for years. He's looking for multiple years. And the money is dried up. Steve Cohen has deep pockets, but David Stearns like, nope, we're good. We're good here. 888-808-1019. Steven is in Danbury on the Fan. What's up, Steven? I'm good. How are you? Yeah, it's just scary because the bar is so high now, right? So you get to the NLCS, you go on that magic carpet ride, you want more of that. And if they don't at least get to the NLCS, it's going to be viewed as a failure, but it really shouldn't be. I think if they make the postseason, that's a success because the Mets don't have many years of back-to-back postseason appearances. the Giants head coaches? Who was the most successful? Ben McAdoo? Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Thanks for the call, Steven. And Ben McAdoo gets remembered for wanting to draft Patrick Mahomes, and he also is remembered for ending Eli's streak. And I don't know how many times I said last week, shame on the Giants for ending that Iron Man streak, because I think that helps his case with the Hall of Fame. Please do not call about the Hall of Fame. We did enough of the Eli Manning Hall of Fame conversation. Val is in the Bronx on the Fan. Thanks for holding. You got it done.
Yes, what's good, kid?
Bringing it home.
Heard you. You know, I want to talk to you about something with the Nets and the Yankees, but you've been saying something earlier. You said something about some stuff that McShay has said. And I just want to say this real quick. Hashtag, please let the world sleep on us as Jets fans. Please let them sleep on our franchise. And let the Jets shake the block and just blow it up and trade up and get Shedeur Sanders. Please.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say to get Jackson Dart.
Nah, I want that Shedeur. Let the world sleep. I heard all the pundits so far saying that, you know, that's not in the cards and everything. I want it to be some espionage, and we just saying that because that's exactly what we're gonna do. Just sleep on us, please.
Okay.
Do that. But to get to the two things I wanted to talk to you about. I don't know, the first one was the Nets. I don't know if you remember, all right? It might have been around the time when y'all, it had something to do with Durant. I don't know if it was when they were, I can't remember if it was when they were shopping him and trying to figure out what they could get for him, or if it was just after they had moved him. But I remember calling you a while back and saying to you, as a Nets fan, how could you trust Sean Marks to rebuild your future? And I told Connor when he took the call, it's a half apology and kind of a revision of that tape, because I must say, watching what y'all doing, all right? And I told you, I'm a Knicks fan, but I was born in Brooklyn. I came up in Brooklyn, and I have a soft spot in my heart now that they moved over there. I owe you guys half of
Not yet. He hasn't done anything yet, but Val, he's done it before, right? He did it before, and the cupboard is not as bare as it was when he did it the last time. Go on.
This is what I'm saying. Like, maybe he wasn't, and I was right with what I said, with the way he handled that big three in the town that he had, because I think he mismanaged them, and y'all should have gotten more out of it. But at the same time, as far as developing young squads, he had it with Kenny Atkinson before, when y'all were building to get to where y'all got to get that big three. And now he's doing it again with this young talent, and this coach, he seems to be able to find good coaches, like people that nobody knows about. Well, I knew about Atkinson because he was with the Knicks before. But he finds good coaches who seem to know how to develop young talent. And in a funny kind of way, like I heard what you've been saying all week, it might turn out where y'all end up in the play-in, and that lottery thing, just because, like, it's not even like forget the take. That lottery thing is so crazy, it might even work out with the Stars where you end up in the play-in, and somehow the ping pong balls fall the right way for you, and you still end up getting the top pick in the draft next year anyway. And with what you get a chance to develop this season and see that, that would be a perfect spot to be in. Now this ambulance going to get hot. And so, you know, I owe that, like I said, a half an apology and a revision on that tape. Because, you know, really, really good spot with the way y'all develop it.
A third. We'll take a third of an apology for now, because they could mess up all of it. We don't know how it's going to go, but it's looking good, winning 6 out of 7 going into the All-Star break.
Mark seems like he knows how to do that kind of stuff, though, you know?
Yeah, he's better served. He's better served. Like, he has a coach now that actually knows X's and O's and motivates these guys. He has young talent, a deeper bench, and they've got a bunch of picks. We'll see where that lottery ball lands, but everybody's talking about how the Atlanta Hawks obviously, you know, got the 10 spot in the play-in and also, you know, had the lottery pick. So we don't know what's going to happen. What I tell Nets fans is, like, why would you root to lose? And the future is unknown completely. But in Marks, we have to trust. We saw him draft Nick Claxton. We saw him draft Cam Thomas. He also drafted the cast of characters that are playing for the Nets right now.
That's what I'm saying. And then to get to the Yankees real quick, you know, I think I don't know if you remember, but last week I brought it up to you, and this one is kind of like a little bit of an apology too, because I tried to take the conversation someplace, and I'm usually better than that. And thankfully, you corrected me. But, because I was trying to say I'll line up against the Mets and this, and you were right. First off, nobody cares about that. That means nothing right now. This ain't even the time for that anyway. That's a discussion that doesn't need to be had. You're perfectly right on that. But what I wanted to say to you was, because I hear the conversation coming up again now with the lineup, I had given you my full lineup. I don't know if you remember. We can always go into that. But just to get into the top three right now, the way I heard you say something with Judge batting second. And I like the idea of that, but I also have my own take. I think if everything is true with the way that Boone and them are kind of like the aspirations that they have for Dominguez in the spring, if all that actually plays out, and you get, I know spring training doesn't really matter as far as that stuff is concerned, but if you get some good indicators and some good feels that make you think that what you're putting on Dominguez is actually true, I actually like the idea of putting Chisholm at the leadoff and having Dominguez at the 2. Because as a rookie, it gives him the chance, not that, because we still got to work on Jazz to get him to be a more disciplined hitter at the plate. But at least Dominguez gets that chance to be in the batter's box and see the pitches before he actually gets to the plate. And it also, while I know this sounds insane, and I'm not even saying that, you could never kind of replicate what we did last year with that, Soto 2 and Judge 3. But at the very least, that dynamic gave Judge a lot of ribby opportunities. And if there was any way that, not that we could replicate that production with Soto, because there's no way Dominguez could do that. But just to get it back to that where you had the 1-2, and if the things are true about Dominguez, he could get on base, he could steal a couple or what have you, that would actually put Judge right back in that 3-hole like he was last season, and it might actually turn out to be really good. And then you got Stanton protecting him, and Goldschmidt protected Stanton, and then you can work out the left.
Bellinger.
Don't forget, you know what I'm saying? Or Bellinger, all of that. But that was what I envisioned. When I told you the lineup before, and like I said, I don't know if you remember the call, but last week I actually brought it up.
No, I remember the call. I don't exactly remember the lineup. Thanks for the call, Val. What I'll say is this. Jazz is left-handed. Dominguez is a switch hitter. I think he's going to hit more from the left side. If they want to go lefty, righty, maybe. But I think that the Yankees are going to want to go lefty, righty. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're going to want to flip-flop there. And I think a lot of it does depend on Judge, too. If Judge wants to bat second or third, I think Judge wants to probably go back to batting second. Either way, Judge is facing their starting pitch. He's batting second or third. And I'm not against the idea of having 2 speed guys in front of Judge. It's going to shake out in spring training. They are going to have split squad games where, these guys are going to get plenty of opportunities. They'll get enough data and intel and small enough sample size to say, okay, this is how we're going to ride. 888-808-1019. Daniel is in Philadelphia on the Fan in New York. Daniel, you ready for the parade tomorrow?
Yeah, man. No, I'm flying to Cancun first thing in the morning.
Are you really? That's great.
No, seriously. I booked it on Monday. My birthday's actually on Saturday, but I wasn't going until after seeing that horrible game on Sunday. So I'm a Giants fan, living in Philly for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've seen 3 Super Bowls. Philly's won 2 of those 3 in the last 10 years.
Yeah, man. So for me, it's been a special kind of hell because it kind of goes back to, and I just want to make this point, as to why I need Giants ownership and management to take this so personal, but specifically with this team. It goes back to me to the Deshaun Jackson punt return, just to go back to like recent history. And there's like I got a whole list I can run down. There's that. There's my favorite Giant of all time, Victor Cruz, getting injured, really sidelining his career in Philadelphia and then laughing at him. There's Jalen Hurts being pulled, a young Jalen Hurts being pulled out of a game for Nate Sudfeld, the game that had playoff implications for the Giants, which the Eagles ended up losing. And I can't remember how that exactly impacted us, but it certainly did. There's also the Devontae Smith, that draft. I don't know if you remember, but the Eagles jumped up ahead of us and the world knew we wanted a wide receiver.
Yeah, and you ended up with Kadarius Toney, who is now facing charges.
Exactly. So there's that, and then there's obviously the Saquon thing. There's a playoff loss when we just had to beat Minnesota, a few years ago, and we came down here and they just stomped us. Not to mention my whole family, or at least the in-laws, are obviously Eagles fans because they're from this area. So, dude, it's been a real special kind of hell these last few years, and I I need to hear some contrition from like Joe Shane. Like I need to hear him say, I am sorry the Giants fans had to suffer through that.
Oh, he'll never.
Decision.
He will never.
He wouldn't. I know he wouldn't, and I don't even know if it'll make me feel better, but I need him to feel what we're feeling, right? Like, you know, especially if you live anywhere down this area and you're not an Eagles fan, I'm almost envious because, you know, it's kind of like transplants in Philadelphia. In New York City, you know, you could find an Eagles bar up there. Down here, dude, I gotta get the NFL package if I want to watch a game. Or if I'm leaving out the house wearing Giants gear, I should just be ready to fight. So I'm sure, right? Like I miss that. I miss that toughness. And yeah, man, I just had to vent. Like I heard you use the term 2K say earlier, which I haven't heard yet. Sounds pretty cool. But we didn't even sniff that when we had him. And he obviously had the talent 6 years later to be the best running back almost ever.
Yeah, you had him in his best years, his freshest leg years. I mean, I know he was hurt a lot of those years, but
still, the ones that he was good, where Daniel Jones kind of seemed good, that 1 or 2 years, it's all because of Saquon. I just don't know how that decision to not just at least play keep away from the Eagles if you could, just not that sort of competitive intelligence that I know GM should have. I just don't know how we didn't see this coming. And the Eagles were 10-1 last year, and now you add the best running back in the game. Like, what did we expect? But anyway, man, I've been nauseous for the past 6 months. Having to watch this nonsense. I can't wait to get to Cancun tomorrow morning and not be here for it. And, you know, go Giants, man.
yeah, enjoy it, man. Delete all the social media apps from your phone. Thanks for the call, Daniel. That's gotta suck. Like, I don't even go to South Jersey because it starts to turn into Eagles territory, Phillies territory, Flyers territory, Six territory. And yeah, you're never gonna hear Joe Shane when he met the media. He was so smug about nope, wasn't worried about my job at all. No, and he's just so sure of his process, and they've been terrible. And he's made so many mistakes, but he talks like a guy that has a 10-year leash. He talks like a guy that's got a 10-year plan that he's sure is going to come around one day. And I'm not so sure it's going to come around, and I'm not so sure he's going to get more than another year to try and fix this. Jake is out on Staten Island. Next up on the Fan. Talk to us, Jake.
What's up, Keith? Big fan. Calling again about the Giants. You know, I don't like any of these QB prospects, right? Cam Ward's going to get demolished behind our O-line. And, you know, I think Shador would be the best for the job because he's not, you know, he won't be blinded by the lights in New York. But, you know, we got to face it. Deion's not going to be here to save him. And people are throwing, you know, Kyle McCord and Jackson Dart out there. Like, get out of my face with Kyle McCord. I think we find a veteran quarterback. Wait till next year and just see what that QB class is looking like. I just wanted to see what your opinion, Keith, would be like if we were to sign a veteran quarterback. Who it would be, how we would get him, not sign trade for maybe Matt Stafford, who your option would be, and maybe who your option would be for the quarterback position in the future for the Giants.
Thanks for the call, Jake. As far as veteran quarterbacks are concerned, most of them are whack. Most of them are not good. I would say Jameis Winston, but Jameis is a whole clown. And it's funny until it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's funny until he's throwing pick sixes. It's funny until you're in a game and he forces the ball somewhere that loses you the game. And when I say he's a clown, the whole eat the W and what you just saw him do as a Fox correspondent down there in New Orleans, that's not going to be funny with a losing Giants team. But maybe Shane sees something in him and Dable can coach the turnovers out of him. And I know he'd light it up with Malik Neighbors throwing him the ball. But what you don't want to do is go to the Drew Lock route again and sign a Gardner Minshew or a Mason Rudolph or I don't know, Jimmy Garoppolo. They have to sign one of those types and draft a young guy and have, the young guy learn from it. But that's another thing too. No guarantee that you're going to bring in a guy here that wants to be a teacher, wants to be a tutor, wants to bring a young guy. The Giants are in a tough spot. They're in a tough spot. 888-808-1019. Running out of time. Call the line. Keith McPherson on the Fan. BRB. What was I about to say, yo? I'm getting tired. 1,600 watching in the chat. Appreciate y'all rocking with me, yo. I make sure to say that because you could be anywhere in the world, but you're right here with me. Now, some of y'all might get with this, but some of y'all won't. I got to go to the bathroom so that when I'm done, I don't got to go to the bathroom. I can just get in the car, boom, and go home. So I'll be back, man. What y'all want to see? The banner? Yeah, all right. I'll give y'all a banner to look at. There you go. Give me a sec. And I got to give you a little flex. Ooh, hold on.
You're suffering from wage garnishments, bank levies, unfiled tax returns, or an IRS audit. You need a tax expert in your corner. You need Gabor Tax Law. Gabor Tax Law is a local New York firm that specializes in solving personal and corporate tax issues. We're staffed by expert tax attorneys and CPAs that are experienced tax court litigators. Is the IRS or the state after you for back taxes? You need expert local tax help. Gabor Tax Law will vigorously fight to protect your rights while guiding you towards a fresh financial future. Don't let tax problems destroy your life. If you owe back taxes to the IRS or the state, you need Gabor Tax Law. Call for a free consultation. 800-955-9421. 800-955-9421. If you have an IRS or state tax problem, stop procrastinating and call Gabor Tax Law. 800-955-9421. At Gabor, we don't practice tax law.
All right, y'all. I'm back, man. About to wrap this up, bruh. About to wrap this thing up, bruh. Put the gun show away. You gotta come back for the next one. Maybe I'll be more jacked on the next time. Remember when you bullied an old man in high school? Tell us more, Brett. Tell us more about that. Tell us more, Brett. No image. It's always the nerds with no. My bad. My bad. I'm standing up and I exited the stream. I wanted to talk to Brett. You know what I mean? The Phillies parade will be something tomorrow. It's not the Phillies parade. They got eliminated by the Mets. It is the Eagles parade. My man is not skipping arm day. Why would you do that? Curls for the girls. Your arms is what everybody see. Before you know it, I'll be in spring training with the tank on. Feel me? Why would you skip arm day? Brett, where you at, bro? What old man did I bully? John Heyman? Come on, yo. I ain't no bully. What old man did I bully? People love bringing up old stuff. People still like, oh, remember when you made fun of that guy's accent? Yeah, of course I remember. You clearly still remember. Chippy from Queens. He's called my show twice since. We're good. Remember when you were chanting Mets fans suck in the parking lot? Yes. How could you forget? How could I forget? It wasn't that long ago. What else did I do that people will be talking about on here? It doesn't matter. People talk, and I'm blessed because when I was unemployed, it was quiet for me. When I wasn't on the radio and I didn't have a job, nobody was talking about me. When I was just going door to door with Uber Eats deliveries or picking people up randomly, people were getting in my car and not saying a damn thing to me. I much rather prefer to be somebody that, people have some kind of an opinion about, good or bad. It's a blessed situation. I thank God for it every day, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm far from done, just getting going. Let's end the show. With my woes. Bro, I was running this album all day yesterday. Like, if you're reading this, it's too late. 2015, when that dropped, I was unemployed. I was living up the hill off Old Corley's in Neptune with my mother. And I had this little room downstairs. I used to watch like Breaking Bad till 2 a.m. on my MacBook, wake up, apply to jobs. And I was applying to hella jobs and not hearing anything. And I had just got out of the fan cave opportunity, which everybody basically was like, hey, you were in the fan cave. Like, you're going to turn that into something. And I spent like 5.5 months living with my mom and just applying to jobs and not hearing anything. And I was this close to getting a job down the street at Home Depot, the Home Depot off of 33 in Neptune, across from the Jersey Shore Premium Outlets and Walmart. And I don't know. I remember this album dropped, and not long after, I got a response back from MTV2. Shout out to Brittany Travis. I will literally never, ever forget you. She gave me an opportunity to come in and interview with her. I passed the first round, and then I interviewed with the higher ups, and I got that job, and I started going every day to exit 109, taking the bus from Red Bank, New Jersey up to Port Authority and working in the city in 2015, 10 years ago. This time, 10 years ago. Really, it was March, but like I had the interviews and it was, February when I finally heard back, and I was like, man, they might have saved my life. I was this close to just, living with Mom Dukes, working at Home Depot, walking to work, and that would have been all right. That would have been fine. Maybe I would have figured something else out, but that was like a huge breaking point. And that Drake album was one of the soundtracks that I had playing in my headphones, working out, applying to jobs, and just trying to find my way. 888-808-1019. Let's take the rest of these calls, and then I'm up out of here. Jay is in Jersey on the fan. What's up, Jay?
What is up, Keith? How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks for calling.
All right, so respect, but I think you're wrong about the Yankees special hair situation. So you're talking about how the Yankees aren't what they used to be anymore.
Go on. They're not what they used to be.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't even know you were still on. Sorry about that.
Well, of course, I'm still on.
Yeah, so I just got disconnected accidentally.
Go.
They what were they that they are not now? That
Champions.
Want them to be.
They were consistent World Series champions. They were the highest spenders. They were going to get the best free agents and always outspending everyone else. They were dominant. They were feared. They were never out of any game. They were never mocked and laughed at and trolled after losing World Series. They were always respected. Like, I could go on.
Exactly, but that's all stuff that we want back, right? So why get rid of the facial hair? That's like getting rid of the last of the Yankees.
No, getting rid of the facial hair policy would be changing with the times, evolving, and realizing you're not what you used to be. So you really don't even have the pedigree to be on that. That's in the past.
Okay.
Thanks for the call, Jay. 888-808-1019. John is in Connecticut on the Fan. Go for it, John.
Hey, Keith, let's get down to brass tacks here.
Okay.
We're back. Red Sox are back, baby. And when the Red Sox win the AL East this year, because they're going to, hopefully we give the Yankees enough leeway. And you guys have the season up until August. But once August comes around, Keith, I promise you, I'm going to be calling you this year, and I'm going to be insufferable. I'm going to be that insufferable Red Sox fan that you guys haven't seen for like 5 or 6 years. And we're going to have fun. We're going to have a lot of fun this summer. When I look at what the Yankees have done this offseason, there's nothing that scares me. Bringing Cody Bellinger with a, 84-mile-per-hour exit velocity, that is Chris Bryant 2.0 without the pedigree. You brought Paul Goldschmidt in. What's Goldschmidt? Is Goldschmidt there to play for Old Timers Day? Like, is him and DJ LeMahieu going to play a doubleheader on that day? I feel like that's what they did. And then Jason Dominguez, like, don't get me started, Dominguez, like, that's what is he, a super senior of rookies, which is his 4th year as a rookie in the Red Sox farm system. He would be number 5. Number 5 ranked prospect. There is nothing about this Yankee team this year that I'm even close to being scared of, and I can't wait for the season to come by. And I'm telling you, Keith, me and you are going to have a lot of fun this year.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. You better call if it doesn't work out the way that you see fit. You better call when Judge is hitting grand slams, when your fans are in there singing Sweet Caroline down 5-0 in the second inning. You better call when Yawkey Way is empty and they're saying, where's all the fans to see Masataka Yoshida and Alex Bregman and Wally?
I mean, you're right. I just hope Judge stays healthy this year. It'd be a shame if it's another year.
Stay healthy. You got a bunch of guys that got to stay healthy over there. Keep Devers away from the buffet line as well.
Devers, what? You want to talk about Story? That's fair. Story gets hurt. We get Story back. We got Whitlock back.
You got Aroldis Chapman over there. Sweaty ass Aroldis Chapman going to be trying to close the game.
Difference between our fan bases, right? As a Red Sox fans, we know more moves are coming. Because if you look at that team.
Finally, y'all are making some moves now. Not just getting a Netflix series for a 500 team.
But you said, though. You said Yankees are done. They're done making moves. Red Sox fans, though, we still have more moves that we're going to be making. I mean, right now.
Yeah, you got to build that bowling alley and a movie theater, and you're trying to renovate that whole area up there for the All-Star game in 2029.
Hey, going into 2025, just tell me right now, Keith, who's more optimistic?
The team that went to the World Series representing the American League, John. Good night. 888-808-1019. Ryan is in the Upper East Side on the Fan. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, Keith? How you doing?
I'm good. Bringing it home.
Awesome. That was an interesting perspective from John.
These dirty water fans, they're back. These Red Sox fans, they got Alex Bregman. Oh no!
Absolutely. But yeah, my quick question tonight was really around the Yankees bullpen, and I know Devin Williams did close last year, but we also saw Luke Weaver be really successful, in that role. And I'm just curious, do you think that there's a chance Luke Weaver would actually be the closer and Devin would be the setup guy?
No.
Or, it's certain.
He'll close some games if we're in a series or something, and I don't know, it's a 4-game series, and maybe Devin Williams, threw back-to-back and, it got a little rocky in a couple of the innings, and he got his pitch count up. But like Devin Williams was just rated as the best reliever in baseball. He is a closer. Luke Weaver got thrust into that position because the Yankees wanted to tell us they believe in Clay Holmes till he set the record for blown saves, and they couldn't possibly do that anymore, or fans would have been throwing 99 burgers on the field. You know what I'm saying? They had no choice but to go to Luke Weaver, make him the setup guy, and he'll close some games. But Devin Williams has the opportunity here to be a fan favorite. Devin Williams and his airbender have, like, there are people that are going to be showing up dressed like the airbender. I don't know what his song is going to be, but when he has his entrance music picked out for the Bronx and we need those last 3 outs, it's going to be a scene. I can't wait for it. Like, he has the chance to really be the guy. We haven't had that guy as the closer. Chapman sucked, and we have only bad memories of him. Clay Holmes was a joke. And for the little stretch that he was good, the 29 innings where people wanted to compare him to Mariano Rivera, that has completely evaporated. I just think that Devin Williams has swing and miss stuff that guys aren't going to hit, and he's going to feed off the energy of Yankee Stadium, and it's going to be lights out, and we're going to restore that feeling. Not Enter Sandman, but whatever song he picks is going to be something like that, or it's going to be Good Night, Drive Home Safely.
That airbender pitch is a hell of a pitch. You watch it.
It's different, man, and I can't wait to see it live in person. The fans can will the Yankees to victory. That thanks for the call, Ryan. That 2 strikes whale. Everybody get up, clap. Let's go. Play Frank. We out. Justin is in Floral Park on the Fan. What's up, Justin? Taking these calls.
Like John, I always call my team loses, and I guarantee that clown, you won't hear from him again.
No shot. When he's on Alex Bregman $40 million contract drug, John Henry smoking a cigar.
The velocity. Bregman played in the ballpark. They talk about Yankee Stadium. That gave him so many home runs in that little short.
That's why he went to Fenway. I was doing the comparison last night. I think it's 315 to the Crawford boxes, 310 to the Green Monster.
I was up there in Fenway this weekend. My daughter had a volleyball tournament. I deal with these clowns after the Celtics crushed my Knicks. They're killing New York sports. They go, you guys don't win nothing anymore. I'm like, dude, forget it. Your football team is a joke. Your baseball team is a joke. Got rid of Mookie Betts. So please stop talking smack, man. All you got is the Celtics, and that's it. The Bruins stink.
Yeah, but they find a way. They have hella parades in the I know I did there was one night I counted up all the parades of 25 or 28-year-old kid in Boston rooting for all those teams has seen. It's unfair.
Yeah, I know. But Keith, honestly, besides the Celtics, I don't think they're going to see a lot of parades for a long time. I still think the Celtics could be had. I don't think anybody's beating Oklahoma this year. But as far as our Yankees go, Keith, what is going on with Stroman? I mean, this could become a big distraction. Can we just get rid of this clown? I mean, why is this guy still on the roster? He did not pitch 1 inning in the playoffs. He was horrible down the stretch for us. He was below 500. Cashman never really wanted to sign him to begin with. So, can we get rid of this guy for, I don't even know what? But can we get maybe a young prospect or something? Because this guy should not be even – I'd rather pick somebody up than have this guy on the roster because he's not even going to be in a rotation.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he shows up Saturday, especially with all this conversation. It's been a long night. I spent the first hour of the show talking about Stroman. I don't know. I think he's going to show up. They said the 15th, which is Saturday. The last day that he can, show up is the 22nd. I don't see any market for him. I don't see any place for him on this team. I think he's just going to be collecting dust, but I think he'll show up and do what he's contractually obligated to do. And I'm not so mad about him, just kind of kicking back for these last couple of days when he knows the rumors about him potentially being traded. He knows he doesn't have a spot in the rotation. He knows that he's, I think in year 11, and he's not the pitcher that he was. I mean, this has been going on. Like you said, he got shut down last year. He didn't pitch in the postseason. The writing has been on the wall for him to get up out of here for a minute. This guy's got a lot of pride. He's got a chip on his shoulder. Him being undersized, he's had to fight his entire career to make it. No, it's time. It's time. The Yankees, if they could find somewhere to send him, I think they would have already sent him. I don't think that they're holding out. I don't think that it's the Yankees that are, setting the price too high for Marcus Stroman. Nobody's taking on that contract, and here we are with the Yankees. Now it looks like a really dumb contract. Nah. Thanks for the call, Justin. Yeah, I only went to Boston one time. That was for James Madison University versus Northeastern. I remember being on the bus and seeing all those colleges up there. I remember being on the bus and seeing Fenway and being like, that place sucks. They should knock it down. That place is trash. Dimensions are trash. The whole thing looks dumb. Maybe I'll go this year. I was actually going to bring Carabas on the show tonight, but I was like, nah, I've had Carabas on enough, and I knew he would probably be on 10. And that last caller that was, feeling himself and those stupid City Connect uniforms that the Boston blue and yellow Sox wear, they don't scare me none. You got to show me. I'm putting respect on their name, but like they still got to do it. And Bregman, it's not like, Bregman wasn't the hottest commodity. He was hanging out for a little while. That's why they made the move, because he was just there. They overpaid to get him. I don't know. I wouldn't go to Boston talking trash. The Celtics are the reigning NBA champions. And you want to talk about show me? Oklahoma City's got to show me. They got to do it. They got to get through. Boston could go back to back. Kristaps Porzingis back? I don't know, man. 888-808-1019. Last call, 4 calls. Keith McPherson on the Fan, wrapping up the show right after this. Yo, I don't even know. We're getting close to the loopy on the late night. Heads are tweaking with their calls, bro. Heads are tweaking with what they're calling up and saying. Definitely got a high count of viewers, though. Appreciate it. If you're not familiar with me, I'm the nighttime host here. WFAN, the Fan in New York. We call this KM to AM, 5-hour vehicle from 7 p.m. to 12. I have been live since the beginning of the show at 7. I've never been live for all 5 hours. This is something that I'm working on. I will improve the audio. I have a idea for how to, I would say one of mine sticking up like alpha. I have an idea for how I'm going to improve the audio. So stick with me. If you're not just following me on Instagram, well, I think I'm not live on Instagram anymore. Instagram kind of booted me. Can't do a 5-hour Instagram live. If you're not following me on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, you might just be like coming in through like a public feed or an algorithm. Make sure you latch on. I do this every night. I talk all sports. I'm a former athlete, completely washed, but I love sports. I love talking to people. I'm blessed with the gift of gab. Used to hate my voice. Now I've come around. I like my voice. And I went to school for radio and television. I'm living the dream, a dream that took 11 years from graduating to get to. And there were many years in between where I was like, I'm not even going to use my degree for what I went to school for. I don't know how many times I was like, well, I went to school for communication, radio, and television. That's not what I'm doing, but it's what I'm doing now. So your support helps. And you watching, you commenting, you sharing is how someone like me continues to grow in this industry. So I appreciate it. You could literally do anything. We live in a time where there are so many streamers. There's so many on-demand things to stream. There's so many things to watch, so many things to do. So it means a lot that, 1,661 humans, maybe some bots, are rocking with me for real. Thank you. This show is going to end when I come back. So what I'm gonna do is end this now. But this is also, available for audio only on the free Odyssey app and WFAN 1019 FM 660. I am very accessible. I am very easy to get in contact with. My DMs are open. Shout out to Gary V for suggesting it. Some people honestly been abusing the DMs. It's like my own mom, my own wife don't message me as much as some complete strangers message me. And it's like, I don't know where some people get off, but I try to respond to everybody. So if you have something you want to ask, something you want to send my way, DMs are open. And in my bio is my email. You can send me an email. I'm off until Monday. So we'll do this again next week. I think I've got 3 5-hour shows like this next week, and I plan on streaming all of them. So thanks again. Follow me wherever you are. Send me an email message, and I'll be back again soon. Have a good Valentine's Day and a good weekend, and be safe and all that good stuff. All right, babe.